anyone is on and not participating in the meeting, can you please mute yourself?
FairTV said we're ready to go, Lori.
Okay, good evening, everyone. This is Lori Charlton. It's March 13th, 2024. Want to welcome everyone to the Board of Finance budget hearing for the fiscal 24-25 budget. I'll call the meeting to order and ask that we please all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, to the members of the public, this is the second of a series of Board of Finance budget hearings that will continue throughout March with a vote from this board on April 3rd. We encourage community participation in the process, and there are multiple ways for residents to engage. First, residents are always encouraged to send comments and questions before and after the meetings to bof@fairfieldct.org. I know I say this at every meeting, but please, if you write to the board, include your name and address for the record. We, from time to time, get emails that don't have names, addresses, or the name's not even discernible from the email address. So please remember to do that. Secondly, during each hearing, residents may provide live public comment for budget topics on that evening's agenda. Live comment will be called for at the beginning of each hearing for members of the public attending in person or via WebEx. And we ask that comments be limited to 3 minutes per person. Lastly, there will be a public budget hearing on Saturday morning, March 30th. Residents are encouraged to attend and share their input on any aspect of the budget or the budget as a whole before the board votes. Tonight's agenda is primarily devoted to hearing the budget for Fairfield Public Schools. Before we move on, I want to extend thanks to the superintendent and his team for their work on this budget, as well as each of the members of the Board of Education for the diligent process they undertook to review it. So with that, we're going to move to item 3, which is discussion on the following budgets: Board of Education, Health and Welfare Services, and private school bus transportation. So we will first take public comment. Is there anyone from the public that is in the room that wishes to make a statement? Okay, and I do not see anyone on WebEx.
Hello, can I be heard?
I'm sorry, sure. Who is this?
Hi, my name is Lucille Bach.
Okay. Can you state your address for the record, please, also? Thank you.
Absolutely. 325 Winnipose Drive. You may tell me that this is not the time, I'm not sure, but my comments are generalized, so I'm frankly not sure at which of your meetings I would make them.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for asking. So tonight we're reviewing the Board of Education budget. So if you have comments relative to that budget, then we welcome them. If they are related to another aspect of the budget, then they'd be appropriate on whatever night that budget item is being heard, or at the public budget hearing, or certainly by writing the board via email.
Okay, so I have already emailed. My comments are on the overall budget. So what would your advice be to me as to when it's reasonable for me to make those comments?
Yes, so the time to make them would be at the public budget hearing, which is on March 30th.
March 30th. I'll be sure to tune in. Thank you for your assistance.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, so let's get started then. So to kick off this budget, I think I will turn it over to Mr. Testani Welcome, Superintendent Testani. I also see Ms. Laborious there, CFO for Fairfield Public Schools, as well as two of our Board of Education members, Chair Jennifer Jacobson and Jeff Peterson. Welcome to everyone, and I'll turn it over to the superintendent.
Good evening. Thank you for having us tonight. We're just waiting for the PowerPoint to be displayed on the screen and we can get started. Everyone has a copy of the PowerPoint presentation in front of you. So if you want to follow along, it'll make it much easier.
Just gotta click.
Click. Okay, thank you. So the budget request that was approved on January 29th by the Fairfield Board of Education totals $521,484. This is a 5.39 increase over this current year's budget, primarily due to fulfilling contractual obligations relating to staffing, benefits, facilities maintenance, and mandated special education services. This accounts for 4.54% plus the 4.45% of the total increase. Board of Selectmen recently reduced the budget by $1,279,000 to reflect a lower renewal rate for the Board of Education's health insurance plan that we received notification last week. Budget framework is strategic, structurally balanced. It's based on a return on investment, and we try to limit increases everywhere possible.
Madam Chairwoman, can I ask a question to Mr. Testani? I'm just not sure. The question is a kind of just a quick procedural question. The handout that we got, is that tracking your presentation?
It should be, yes. I think one of the issues is
how far are we into that? Because I'm going 5, 6, 7 pages in, and oh, wait a minute. Here's on page 8.
Yeah, hurdles. Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Got it.
Yep, we removed a few of the slides.
Okay.
So there are some hurdles that were taken into consideration as we built the budget. Obviously, the inflationary impact that has impacted contracted services, outplacement of students, tuition, and supplies. Contractual obligations, I know we spoke extensively about this last year as we got ready to talk about last year's budget, about the teachers' contract negotiations that were upcoming this year. And we were able to negotiate, as you all are aware, a pretty fair contract for the FEA that increased starting salaries in order to attract and retain high-quality teachers into our district. We have unfunded mandates, as you're all aware. The state of Connecticut is great at imposing mandates on public school systems. However, usually there are very few, if any, dollars that will accompany those mandates. We had to make adjustments for class sizes and enrollment in some of our elementary and middle schools. And of course, the ending of federal dollars that I am confident and can say that the Fairfield Board of Education did a great job in allocating funds and expenditures that did not create a fiscal cliff that many of our neighboring districts are facing as the federal ARP/ESSER dollars are expiring. Again, it's a fiscally responsible budget. It leverages in-district programming in order to better serve students. It identifies multi-year opportunities for technology, facility, and equipment upgrade cycles, and a zero-based budgeting identified opportunities to leverage existing resources across our schools. The major budget drivers to this year's proposed budget, obviously, is the teacher's contract. Non-certified contracts we did last year provide our paraprofessionals increase to stay competitive with the neighboring districts. We are finding it extremely difficult to staff our paraprofessionals, given the previous compensation package we were offering. Benefits, there's an increase to the benefits, as you're all aware. Maintenance of the plant, of our plant and our facilities, and then utilities costs. These are some of the big drivers here. Some of the unfunded mandates that, again, we'll talk about later, has impacted this year's budget. I think we talked last month at our Q2 report, and we took into account for this year's proposed budget. So again, 91% of the total budget increase is salary and benefits. In order to remain competitive, to make sure that, again, we have a high-quality teaching and learning staff of professionals to be able to provide the highest level of education and services to our students. We have $4 million is attributed to the teacher's contract. So you will see in your budget book that we increased the overall percentage that salaries went from about 59% of the budget to about 61% of this year's ask. And again, our non-certified contracts, which is wholly made up of that increase with the paraprofessionals from last year. And then we had some additions. We're asking for some adjustments due to enrollment, increase to some of our special education programming that has a cost avoidance factor that we've calculated and have presented to this board several times. And then some proposed new staff in order to fulfill a better program for our sixth graders at two of our middle schools. About 8% is an increase in pupil personnel services in special education, which is a pretty low number when you take into consideration prior year's asks. I think we've done a really good job in being able to budget appropriately and also create high-quality programs to make sure our students stay here with us in our schools so that they can get the best care and education that we can provide them in their neighborhood schools surrounded by their peers. So again, the settlement reduced the number of steps in the teacher's contract, which is now going to help us attract and start our salaries much higher than they previously were. I think that's going to be a big help as we move forward in being able to grasp younger teachers that we can train and we can keep in the district for the entirety of their careers here in Fairfield. It lessens the gap for advancement at the high end of the pay scale, and it makes Fairfield, again, very much more competitive with surrounding Southern Fairfield County districts, which we saw in the last couple of years. We're taking many of our staff members that had been here for several years and doing a great job and trained, and then going off to teach other kids in other districts. We are looking to expand our early childhood education program, mainly because of a change in legislation that is requiring students now do not have to start school. Anyone from September 1st to December 31st, parents have the option to keep their children back into preschool rather than move them forward into kindergarten. Those students, we are proposing opening new classrooms that would provide full-day programming, as these kids would have moved on to kindergarten otherwise. This expansion will also help focus on maintaining a close 50-50 ratio of students with disabilities to their non-disabled peers. And this will also, again, come with 4-year-old classrooms, 2 expansions at Holland Hill and 1 at Stratfield. And these will be full-day programs that will offer full-day options for what we're calling our 4+ kids, students that are born between that September 1st and December 31st birth dates. As I mentioned earlier, we're looking to restore our grade 6 teams at Fairfield Woods and Roger Ludlow Middle School. For those of you that may not understand what that exactly means, a team consists of 5 teachers, each that teach one content area: math, ELA, social studies, science, and world language. Currently, we have split teams at both of these schools, which means teachers are teaching multiple classes, not one content area. It's not the best way to provide services, especially in a transition year like 6th grade. So the addition of the teams will enhance collaboration, subject matter expertise, and smooth functioning across the departments and the classrooms. It'll also allow us for better planning, collaboration within those teams, and also for professional development on district level professional development days. It will allow for more seamless integration across multiple counselors, crews, and SRBI, and it'll support the team model, again, by planning and collaborating in the critical transition year from elementary to middle. As you're all aware, our facilities and infrastructure, a portion of the budget is dedicated to maintaining and upgrading our school facilities, ensuring they remain safe and conducive to learning. Big emphasis is, we've all spoken about several times, is compliance with indoor air quality mandates and other necessary improvements to make sure that our students and our staff are entering safe and buildings so that they can work and they can learn. We've also budgeted funds to continue some security upgrades at Fairfield Ludlow High School, Fairfield Ward High School, as well as a baseball dugouts and backstops at Fairfield Ward High School to support our state championship baseball team. And then we have a heavy emphasis to continue the high quality education that is expected here in the Fairfield Public Schools by our families. We have phase 2 of the implementation of our state mandated reading program to support pre-K-12 vertically aligned, culturally responsive curriculum. We want to maintain our class size. If we can try to reduce that, that would be a goal as well, to make sure every kid in our district is getting a personalized educational experience. And again, quality instruction also is reliant upon instructional materials, technology, and equipment replacement. As I stressed earlier, there are many benefits to our multi-year strategic assessment. We get a realistic assessment of our needs, which enables us to forecast accurately for requirements for technology upgrades, school-based equipment, and facilities maintenance. Try to be strategic with our resource allocation to lower immediate financial requests, distributing costs over multiple years. Regular monitoring of transportation and utility trends to adjust the strategy as needed as well. And then effective year-end utilization, utilizing end-of-the-year budgets to purchase items, ensuring no disruptions to educational services. That supports financial agility by allowing for opportunistic purchases when prices are favorable. We have streamlined school-based purchases. scalable purchasing, adjust bulk orders of reading materials or science equipment to meet the actual needs and avoid excess and waste. Smart software acquisition. We have consolidated instructional software licenses to prevent overlap of programs and reduce our costs. And again, we've talked in the past about print management. We implemented a print management strategy to decrease copier usage, saving resources, and promoting digital workflows. FTE current year fiscal impacts. So we did have some questions regarding FTE and how, and if we increased it and by how much. So there was some transfers and reductions from grants. We had three speech and language pathologists and one BCBA were removed from a grant into the operating budget, and other items were used in the grant to purchase goods and services. We had no additional funding required, but we did move some para-funded in from the previous year. We expanded 2 CLC classes, which helped with cost avoidance, keeping kids again in district rather than sending them out to expensive out-of-district placements. We had to increase elementary sections based on class sizes in certain elementary schools that went over the threshold of the Board of Education. We increased due to secondary enrollment in strings, family consumer science, math and science classes. To help support students with their extensive mental health needs, we added social work, psychologists, and school counselors. And to help increase, because of the increase to our prevalence rate, we added in a K-5 special education director because the caseload for the existing person was exceeding what we thought would be beneficial to keep proper accountability in our special education department. And then we made some adjustments with our legal and communications director in this year's budget as well. So just to remind everyone, all the programming that we have for our in-district special education programs are here listed. And what we approximate is the cost avoidance by having these programs in-house. I know we've talked about this in previous meetings at what this could possibly and potentially cost if these students were outplaced, and also if there would even be outplacements to meet the needs of all 244 children. Given what's happening across the state, I would say that this is a conservative number. That number probably would be significantly higher. And we've talked again about the educational and the social emotional benefits by having children attend their neighborhood schools and receive services. Now, in the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about enrollment projections for the next 10 years. As you can see, and I'm sure the question will be asked, well, Mr. Testani, you see a slight decrease in enrollment in the projections, so shouldn't there be a savings? Well, unfortunately, it doesn't work as cleanly as we've discussed, I think, in the past. Depending on where the kids are and what schools they attend, we could see some possible decreases if it's at an elementary school at a certain grade level. But because we have so many sections across 11 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, and 2 high schools, a slight decrease in enrollment may not decrease the need for staff, but also trigger an increase based on where those kids are located. I know we shared a little bit of this last year, but I'd like to just, for anyone new on the board, just why do we do this? Why do we are proposing to spend $221 million on our education budget? We do it for the students. We have 265 students this year that earned the seal of biliteracy. 83 students were selected for the Western Regional Festival. We had 2 schools of distinction, 3 national merit semi-finalists. We have an A overall niche grade. 135 AP scholars, 75 of those with honors, 119 with distinction. 83% of our students who take the AP exam earn a score of 3 or higher. They have rigorous college preparatory courses. Over 91% of our students participate in post-secondary education. We have early college experiences with collaborations with the University of Connecticut, Sacred Heart, Norwalk Community, the University of Bridgeport, and Quinnipiac University. In 2023, graduates accepted to over 145 colleges and universities. Students in our high schools engage in a variety of art, drama, and music programs. Ward and Ludlow students participate in varsity and sub-varsity athletic teams in areas like skiing, fencing, outside of just the traditional major sports. Our students excel on the field and in the classroom as well. We had over 2,500 students compete, student athletes, 46 college signing day participants, 8 FCAC championships, 8 division championships, 122 all FCAC recipients, 4 state champions, and 57 all state recipients just in last year's class alone. Our students are artistic. Our artists are hard at work, receiving Congressional Art Awards for District 4. 16 students passed the rigorous AP Art exam. 19 Fairfield Public students were named Scholar Art Award winners. Art students from across the district participate in community outreach projects through murals, exhibitions, and partnerships with many local organizations. We had over 1,000 visitors attend the annual townwide student art show last spring. We also have collaborative field trips to the Bronx Zoo for Fairfield High School art students. As you're all probably aware, if you've attended any of our musical performances, we have sold out performances to all our holiday concerts and articulation performances for all our grade 5 and 8 students, annual Veterans Day recognition concerts, performances throughout the year in collaboration with the town of Fairfield, participation by all middle and high school band students in our annual Memorial Day parade, and students participate in theater productions throughout the year. We are the recipient of one of the best communities for music education in the top 5% of music education programs in the country. It's quite an accomplishment. 83 students selected again to participate and audition in the High School Western Regional Festival. 86 music choir students participated in a collaborative with the Boston Children's Chorus. 33 middle school students selected by audition to participate in the Western Regional, and the annual townwide music festival unites musicians from every school in the district to perform in a combined concert. Again, this is the why we do it. I'm sure you have no questions and we can move on.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Testani. If I could just ask, take that down. Thank you very much. All right, appreciate the presentation and the summary. Unfortunately, I do think there'll be some questions, so I'm going to turn it over to the board. And I see Mr. Walsh's hand up first, so go ahead.
Did you say, unfortunately, there's going to be some questions? Is that what you said? Is that what you actually said? Okay.
Yes, unfortunately for Mr.
welcome your
Testani, if he was
questions, Mr.
wishing there were
Walsh.
none.
Oh, I think he welcomes the questions.
Okay.
You're not trying to dodge questions. I know that. Number one, I just wanted to thank you for the presentation. I thought it was excellent. I thought it's been excellent and been improving. So I just first want to start off thanking you and your team.
Thank you.
For putting the presentation and the budget book together. And I appreciate all of the and all the accomplishments that are listed here on behalf of our students, both academically, and actually, that's where I want to get to academically. But, you know, on some of the extracurriculars, on the sports, on all the stuff for the art program, they're extremely impressive. And the music program, everything, they're extremely impressive. But one thing that I'd like to get to, and I don't know why it's not part of the presentation every year, is getting to academics. Spending $221 million, or that's what you want to spend this coming year. And basically, what's the report card on how the students are doing on test scores? And it's never included. It just seems to be kind of like not wanting to be presented. And I would want to ask that be included in future years.
Okay.
But also if you can start reviewing that now. How are the students doing academically on all the national tests and scores that you see and you analyzed to let us know, you know, because the main purpose for our students is to academically excel. And that's where, you know, to me, that's where, you know, the proof is in the pudding. So if you can start kind of going through that, and then how does that fare against, you know, there's comparisons in the budget book against how we do against, you know, our Anglic and spending and things like that. What I never see is how are we performing against, you know, our other school systems. So if you can give us some type of presentation on that, and hopefully in other years, you can talk to the board about what that presentation is going to be going forward. Because sometimes I ask about it and all I hear is, well, we got scores coming up. And guess what? We never hear about it again. Never hear about it again. I want to know when we can get a full presentation, not tonight, obviously, but I want to know where we are, how we've been doing. Have we been improving? Have we not been improving? And how are we against our competitors, basically, which are other towns?
Sure. I think the best way to answer that would be in the fall, because the Smarter Balance Assessment, where our K-8 students, our 3-8 students test, is late in the spring, and we would not have those available until the fall to be able to present. I mean, we'll get them a little bit sooner, but it will be, you know, toward the end of the school year, and we can do a comparison an apples to apples comparison of student growth. We do have internal measures that we take a fall, a winter, and a spring assessment, and we do some comparative data. We just completed a few weeks ago the winter assessment for NWEA. It's a new test that we brought in this year that we find to be more aligned with how kids will do on Smarter Balance and Acadians. So we can share some of that data for you at a future meeting to just show you the fall and winter comparisons. That won't give us any data compared to the neighboring districts, but it will give us data, and it does give us data that we're reviewing with our school-based leaders. Over the last several weeks, we started to do that on how students fare nationally. So that may be of interest as well.
Okay, so knowing that September, we're going to have a quarterly meeting coming up. We also have hopefully our capital planning meeting coming up. Would October be a good date for our chairwoman to schedule that for you to come before us?
Sure.
Okay. Madam Chairwoman, does that work? Can we put that down for October?
Sure, we can plan for that. And I guess my other question is, I'm not sure what the date of that assessment will be, but is there one available from last fall that you might provide to the board in the meantime?
So if I could jump in, please. Yes, we do have the presentation from November. Mr. Walsh, we're statutorily charged with doing our data student achievement presentation in the month of November. So I would want to have the superintendent present that to the board, obviously, and then follow up with you subsequent. So it would be in November, if that would be okay. We won't have it ourselves until November. That's when the board gets it.
Okay, can we get a presentation on how last November's presentation was?
Yeah,
So
that's
we can start-
posted. That's posted. We can send it to you.
No, can we get a presentation on it?
Oh, last November's.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, when will good time be for that? After the budget season?
Yeah, I'm sure once you guys have completed your part of the process, we can happily come back and share some data with you.
Right. I think presenting that November information to our board and us being able to ask questions would give a good starting point for this coming November's presentation.
Okay.
So, Madam Chairwoman, couldn't we try to
Yeah,
fit that in?
we can do that, but I'll also make a suggestion, Mr. Walsh. Maybe we can get that data provided to the board. And then, I understand that a presentation will be helpful. This past November's, right? So that way, in case anyone wants to look at it in advance of the budget, even without the advantage of presentation, we have it, and then we'll schedule the presentation as soon as it's practical. Does that work?
This past November 24th presentation, the
So I'm
information.
suggesting we
Yeah.
make that supplementally available to the board. Hopefully there's highlights that make it not too difficult to digest, but that way, if any board member wants to look at that or has questions in advance of us completing the budget process, I think everyone knows we have 2 meetings devoted to follow-up questions. We can certainly, if board members have the time and inclination, they'll have a chance to look at it, and we can address any follow-up questions in advance of a more formal presentation after the budget season.
Is there any test scores that are required that you can look at from town to town that are comparative?
Yeah, on the Ed site, it's an open public portal at the Connecticut State Department of Ed, and you can drill down in several areas, including chronic absenteeism, and you can, there's a new link on the portal where you can get a comparison of staffing. For example, we talked a little bit at a recent board meeting about the nurse ratio, nurse to student ratio, counselor to student ratio. Those things are there. There's a wealth of information on Ed site, on the Connecticut State Department of Ed, that the entire public has access to.
What about comparisons on any type of educational testing?
Yeah, the test scores are there.
Okay.
You can compare by district to the state, grade level. Within your district, you can look at individual schools. So there's a lot of test data that's available.
Okay, and preparation for the that extra night where we can have you come back. Can you please send us the links to those? And the ones specifically I'm requesting are the ones that compare educational test scores from one district to the next.
Sure, I can have those sent to you tomorrow.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Just some list with links that we could just link right to.
Yep.
That'd be great.
Yeah, and then you can filter it however you'd like once you got the link.
Great. Okay. Madam Chairman, I have other questions regarding the presentation, but I'll let somebody else pick up since I've been monopolizing this question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ruggiero, did you have a question?
Hi, yes. Thank you for the presentation. So this year we're asking for a 5.39% increase, and just looking back on the last 5 years, we've had a couple of 5% increases. And I know the big increase this year is because of the teacher's contract. Do you have an amount that's set for next year, what that percentage is, or the next couple of years based on the contract we just did for their increase?
Yes, Courtney can share.
In terms of the percentage to the budget increase for this year, it represents 1.91% of the total ask. So our ask was 5.39 before the adjustment by the Board of Selectmen that happened in their vote recently related to the health insurance. So it represents about $4 million for next year's budget.
My question is different. The percentage that was increased this year for the EOP, or the effect on payroll, essentially is 4.58%. What will that number be next year?
Correct. I don't have it in front of me, but it's roughly around that amount for each year, plus or minus a little bit. So but that's the all-in amount. That's not just the wage amount. That's the total value of the package, including any bargain health insurance benefits and other benefits. But 4.58% for next year, and 4 and change. We can get that for you, but I don't have it at my fingertips. And then another 4 in the third year.
Okay, so I guess my concern is, obviously every year we have increases, and I think we have to look and see how we're going to offset these increases, because we can't keep passing on, but this is 70% of the budget. there's no end in sight on the increases. So we need to look at, how are we going to reduce cost here to offset? I understand, I think the teachers were due the raise, absolutely. I'm not even questioning that. I think it was overdue, actually. But we do have an obligation to the taxpayers to find some kind of decrease. And I know I've asked and talked about audits and stuff for the last couple of years. But I just want to bring that up.
Yeah, one of the things that we're doing in the next month or so is doing an internal audit with our high school folks as they get prepared to build their master schedules. We're looking closely at sections and building sections that meet the requests and to see if we can accomplish any offset or savings there. Not sure yet. I mean, at first glance, you look at some of the class sizes, and I know the board's been interested as well to look at, and there could be a possibility, but depending on where those sections lie and in what subject area, since everything is content specific based on certification, it may or may not result in any savings. If you went for a specific teacher, if Mrs. Jacobson taught U.S. history, and rather than 5 sections, we can cut it down to 4. We couldn't let her go. I mean, we're better off using her for that 5th section and having the class size be lower than to have her sitting around, doing a study hall instead. So, we're planning on, we scheduled those meetings with the high school teams so that before they build their sections and their master schedules, based on all the input of the course selections, we will work with them on determining with central office how many sections of each class they will need.
And we're doing that in multifaceted areas. So we're also always looking at our best pricing for health insurance. So we talk to our peers about whether or not we'll go out to bid or maintain. We look at the utilities. So we work with the town to negotiate our best pricing for rates. We know that the staffing is the most important priority because and we're aware that it's a big increase, and we're also, in line with all of our sister towns and cities that also are facing these same challenges of needing to compensate teachers and dealing with the reality of a town or city budget limits. So good that we have a multi-year, good that this is the point where we're at so that we can start looking at it next year and the year after for other easy savings that we can do that won't impact students. So.
All right, thank you.
I have some questions.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ruggiero. Did Mr. Testani, did you have your hand up or
Go ahead.
Jack?
He's
Sorry.
referring to me.
Okay.
Can you see me, Lori? I have questions. It's John.
I can. I see
Vice Chair
Jerry
of the Board of
Sands.
Finance is sitting right here, so, thank you. So just on the wages that you were talking about, so it's a big increase this year. One of the reasons why is you eliminated steps, right? Isn't that one of the?
Well, there wasn't a lot of folks on those steps, on those beginning steps. And I think that was part of the challenge is that because the starting salary was low, we were hiring a lot of more veteran teachers. So I think this will give us a better entry point in order to hire some of the newer teachers that are coming out of colleges. We have new collaborations, especially with Sacred Heart University, that we're hopeful will bring students right out of their training and what we call a residency program, where they get a year's worth of training in one of our schools under a mentor teacher, and then they have first crack if we'd like to offer them a position. So I think the entry point will help accomplish some savings over time.
Okay, so on page 1 of your budget book, under certified group compensation, I'll read it. You talk about the wage settlement enables us to be competitive, but then this is a question I have. I don't know what this means. Then it says, second, the settlement eliminated the bubble and saved approximately $153,000 in year 1 of the contract. What is the bubble?
So at the top of the scale between the second to last and last step, the top step, there was a huge bubble increase over time because there was freezes. What ends up happening in a year in a contract negotiation, when you freeze steps and give general wage increase to the top. The top grows, everyone else. So the bubble was a significant amount of dollars from step 18 to 19 was over $10,000. So by adding a step in between, we slowed that growth so that there wouldn't be so many people jumping from 18 to 19 in year one of the contract.
Okay. All right. I have some more questions too. I don't know if anyone had questions about the wages right now and that, because, yeah, why don't we, Lori, I'm going to move off.
Okay,
Those
yeah,
are
and
questions about this.
I
have
think
comments I want to address.
that's fine. I have questions on the wages too, but Jack, did you have?
I just want to actually dovetail off a little bit off of what Mr. Walsh was asking. So just to get back to the testing for a minute, and specifically the standardized testing, I've been reading more and more that communities, towns, cities, I'm sure not unique to Connecticut, are going to be asked/required to have those tests be administered electronically versus pencil and pen.
We already do.
Every test, every SAT, every PSAT, all electronic.
All electronic.
Okay. And I want to go back to Ms. Ruggiero's point for a minute, where it has a 20-year budget comparison. And I know we typically do this also by our DIRG, but just so I understand, where it says rank on the top, the AENGLC means what? Is that the DIRG?
Adjusted equalized net grand list per capita.
I couldn't hear you. Say it again.
Adjusted.
Maybe a little slower.
Adjusted equalized net grand list per capita.
Okay, and that doesn't take into any comparison of the other towns or communities. So I guess my question would be, do we have this information accessible with regard to what other towns in our DIRG spend and have spent in the last 5 years? And the reason why I say the last 5 years in particular, and again, Ms. Ruggiero alluded to it, if you go back to 2020 to 21, right, it was 2.83 million. So obviously a very lean economic, that may have been COVID, I don't remember, increase, right? 1.56. In the last 3 years, and even going back to 2019 to 2020, but just the last 3 years alone was somewhere in the vicinity of, I'm going to say, $25 million added to the budget in 3 years. So again, I'd like to see how that compares to the other towns in the DIRG, B, what kind of increases those other towns implemented, and C, what, again, to sort of get to the point that Amy was making, what kind of restrictions can, or I don't know if that's the right word, considerations can be put into place moving forward to try to get the increase back down to somewhere closer to perhaps around 3%. I'm guessing if we took an average of, let's say, the last 15 years, it's probably more than 3.5% that have, in terms of how the budget's increased overall. So is that information accessible with regard to what the other towns spend and how much their budgets have increased in the same time frame, let's say the last 5 years?
I'm not sure if we can find out exactly what their percentage increase was, but just to comment.
We would have that in the DIRG information, wouldn't we?
Well, we'd have their per pupil expenditure, but we wouldn't know exactly what the percentage increase of their budget. But just to speak to what you're saying, so because of those lean years, there's a ripple effect. So eventually the chickens come to roost and we have to negotiate a good teacher's contract. So just bear with me for a moment. So given the fact that we gave our teachers a substantial increase in salary to just get into the ballpark, we're not even playing in the game yet. We're competing, but we're also going to, in the next 3 years, probably going to fall behind as other teachers' contracts come due. So given the fact that we have the increase in the teacher's salary and we stayed around 5.39 when we've seen 5.4s, 5.19s in the last couple of years. I think we did a really good job in keeping it very lean. It may not look lean.
25 million, you're saying, you're thinking is lean?
Well, 11 million from last year to this year is pretty lean when you consider you're making up for the years where there was 259, 312. I mean, those were all based on ridiculously low teachers' contracts. And I'll say it again. I looked in my previous district to try to advocate for higher teacher salaries. I looked at all the neighboring districts. Fairfield could not be used as a comparison because they were right along at the bottom with my previous district, which to me was atrocious.
When you say you're speaking of strictly the salary piece, right?
Same benefits, actually a lower cost share contribution.
Well, let me ask you this. When you said a couple minutes ago about the per pupil comparison, so looking just at 22 to 23, 56, 65, 66, 68, before that, how does that compare? Since that's a per pupil, right? Am I reading that right?
Yeah, I think we're starting to bump up our per pupil expenditure. But that also comes because our prevalence rate, the number of students being identified with special needs in the district is almost 19%. Even if they're in district, that still brings a higher price tag. Had we sent them out of district, that 22,000 plus would balloon up maybe into the higher range.
Do you have that you mentioned that you might have that comparison within the DIRG of how much the per pupil averages.
Well, Greenwich is in the DIRG.
Well, what I'm asking, and didn't mean to interrupt, if you could just have that summary sent to us, I would like, speaking for myself, like to see that.
All the per pupil within the DIRG?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, for the last year or 2 years, I don't know how far. Is it measured every year, Courtney? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Testani.
I meant to thank you as well, and I think Courtney's done an unbelievable job, honestly, with the budget. It's so impressive, really is.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Testani. Mr. Stark, is that your hand or are you just scratching your head?
Yeah, I have a few.
Okay, go ahead.
What's the demographic shift that leads to a 3-point FTE increase in teachers at McKinley?
Some of that was the grant. So we shifted. We had teachers and staff being paid out of the Title I grant. I think it's a dangerous method to do that. We moved them out of the Title I grant. So if there is a year where the Title I grant is cut, we don't have to cut staff, and we moved other things into the Title I grant. So it was just a shift that resulted in a net of 0 increase to the operating.
What's a Title I grant?
It's a federal grant that's given based on socioeconomics.
I just want to follow up, Mr. Starr, unless you're going in just that same question. I had a similar kind of question. So, yeah. So is that a danger of accepting a grant? Because now all of a sudden it's like we took the grant, it paid for these people, right? Whoever the position. But now it's a permanent FTE, right? So that seems like a kind of a danger, because you get them in, you can either take them for the first year and fire them, I guess, right? That's the other way we could do it.
Well,
But you're telling us we need the people, right?
Well, that's the problem. So, yeah,
Yeah.
you can't cut the people because the classes need a teacher.
Yeah.
So to have it in the grant makes no sense. Put it in the operating budget. And if the grant is ever reduced for whatever reason, whatever you're using the grant for, it's not a body that you need in front of the classroom. You can make some adjustments. So that's what we did.
It's kind of a cliff because you took the grant money, you funded the positions, you added those people with the grant that you got. And now this year, the grant money's not there? Correct?
No, the grant money's there, but we just shifted based on, so if in the future, we don't have a cliff, correct? The grant's still there. We're just funding other things with the grant that were funded in the operating budget, and the staff in the operating budget, not the grant. We just swapped out.
Why don't we just pay with the grant the same teachers so that it's
So
kind of free?
the title grant is to support student needs. So it's based, there's a poverty assessment and it's a distribution based on that. Fairfield 2 years ago was just at the threshold to get, and then that pops you up, you get another $600,000. We went just below that. The reason Mr. Testani moved those teachers out of the grant was for exactly that reason, because we can't have classroom teachers in a grant. Historically, that's what we had done for many years, going back. Because the two schools that received the title funding are Holland Hill, McKinley, and then we also have some secondary school money as well. Because of that, Mr. Testani moved them out of the grant into the budget because we need that to be a stable funding source. Title, we've counted on consistently for many, many years being at a certain level and going up. It's not, barring any big unforeseen circumstances, going to go down. Now, we plan for those unforeseen circumstances just in case, which is why it was prudent to move those teachers out of the grant. But title we can count on consistently. It's like a federal and it's passed through to the state. The big bump up that we saw was a one-time, and we anticipated that to be a one-time because we were right on that bubble for eligibility that pushed us to be getting that additional funds.
So they were paid for with the additional bump up, and now the additional bump up's not there?
Not these particular teachers. I guess I'm conflating the issue. The bump up was, it's just a point to say that we, just like we did with the ARP ESSER, plan to not have a cliff for things that we consider one-time in nature. This is a consistent funding source going back 15 years to the town, to the Board of Education here in Fairfield, maybe not 15, but at least 10, So I think my point is just to say that it was a prudent thing to move those staff out of the grant because of that fact that we don't want to have, critical elementary school staff funded in a grant. That was all.
So why were they put in the grant to begin with?
I don't know.
Predates me, but as you're aware, even if the grant stays flat,
Yeah.
teacher salaries continue to grow upwards every year based on their experience. So eventually, you're not going to have enough money to fund the teachers and other things to support students at a Title I school. So this methodology will allow us to use the Title I funds for other supports.
On that, can I just follow, what are you using, what's the intent to use the Title I funds for now going forward? Do you know?
She's looking at exactly what
It's actually just kind of a swap, right?
that's exactly what it is, a swap.
Okay.
I think we have,
If you can't find it, you can email it to us.
yeah, but it is a swap.
Okay, thank you. Can I'm just gonna, a quick question on the subject of headcount, and I realize other board members probably have follow-ups, but just to get this clear in my head, because we've been talking about percentages. So we have an increase in headcount from last year's budget of roughly 40 individuals, if I've got that right. And I'm on the executive summary, one of the executive summary pages. So we're going from 1496 to 1534. Can you just clarify, and I realize there's some pieces throughout, out of the increase of 40, how much of that is enrollment versus enhanced programs? I think I read that we've got 3 in the ECC. There's a number of other scattered numbers for various enhancements, I'll call them. I don't know where this McKinley head count plays into that, if that's showing up as an increase here and it really isn't, but could you help us understand that 40-person increase and how that breaks down into increased elementary school enrollment versus other drivers?
Sure. So I'll refer you to page 158. So I think it's just one page prior to the one that you're looking at. And I'll just kind of,
Yeah, that's not, all right, so I'll go to page 158. I was looking at the summary page, but so page 158 is the right place to go?
yes.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Okay, so if you crosswalk, so I'll refer you to flip. So 158 to 159, you were asking about the line that says 1496.15, which was the budget for this year, to the 1534.3, which is 38 total headcount adjusted on the board side. There was a reduction of grants of about 13 headcount, so the net increase to headcount overall was 24.9, but I'm going to speak to that 38.15 on that page.
Okay, so
158.
wait, so that's important. So it's not really an increase to 38. You're saying some of that, what appears to be an increase is actually just a swap because when we had teachers or whoever paid for by a grant, you didn't have them in the headcount numbers previously?
They were in the headcount numbers, but you'll see them being reduced. So if you go back to the 159,
Okay,
budget was 63.15. And in the proposed budget for 24-25, again, it's an estimate for the grants because we don't know the grants, but it's an estimate is 49.9.
okay, so I was actually looking at the numbers prior to that. So I was comparing 1484 to 1534. And that's where I was getting an increase of 40. Am I
Yes.
not looking at that right? Okay, or 38.15.
Correct. So back to page 158, you'll see in that blue line, 38.15, which is the 40, right?
Yeah.
And this is Board of Ed hit count. So the left side of this graph, actually, before I walk through the detail, Mike, did you want to talk to the big picture or do you want to go to that after we do the detail? Okay, so the left side of the graph is the certified and certified support staff. So on the top portion is certified, what we think of as the teachers. And this is the net change. So, and then the right side is the school administration and other support staff. Some may be academic and some are not. I'll walk you through that. Then paraprofessionals. It all totals up to a current year add of 2545 in the blue line, a proposed ask of 12.7, which is a total budget to budget increase of 38.15. So now I'll go to the left side. The current year in the elementary education, the pink section, and then it says elementary. We line out the different pieces, titles that were added or description of the specific, it's like a broad description of the thing that was added with the FTE. So person, staff member. 5.9 is for elementary, and that's related to where sections landed in the grade K through 5 as a result of the SLAM current year, the projections being lower than the actual in terms of where the students arrived in sections. It also includes that shift of FTE from the Title I grant that we spoke of earlier at McKinley. And so on and so forth. So 5.9 in the current year for elementary. Middle school, 0.5. There was an increase in needs for strings. At the high school, 0.7. That included a reduction of an American Sign Language teacher because it was increased on the non-cert side, which is the right, because we couldn't find a certified teacher and we had a waiver for that position. We're putting another one back in this year in the budget, so that's why it looks, then there's an additional add. And you just, and go down, math had a need due to enrollment requests. Special education, that's, we've got the CLC that we spoke about.
Oh, I'm sorry, Courtney. So before you get to special ed, I was trying to add up in my head all the things you were saying, and that sounded like about, 8 teachers maybe due to enrollment? Do I have that right, based on what you said? Roughly 5 at the elementary school level, 0.6 middle?
Yeah, 7 and change, yeah.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get to the top line. So that the enrollment increase was roughly 7 or 8 teachers, just pure enrollment.
That's correct.
Okay, and then
you have special education. So we added 2 additional CLC classrooms due to student need. As we presented, there was some cost avoidance that's associated with that because serving them in-house. Anyway, two CLC teachers. The 3 speech and language pathology teachers are a good example of something that it's an FTE increase, but doesn't have a dollar increase to the budget. It was a transfer of money because it's challenging to hire speech and language teachers, so we either have to contract them out or hire them in-house. It depends on what the pool of available applicants is. And so the money this year was in the contract budget because that's what we had to do. We're mandated to provide those services. We have to meet those needs. The funding was in the contract budget.
And how, I'm sorry, so, and I understand that. So how many teachers was that?
That's 3.
3, okay.
3 that we're hopeful to hire next year. It's about $500K that was in the contract budget, of which, a portion of that is now funding these teachers.
Gotcha, okay. So far I'm up to like 13 or so.
Correct. 3 of which were already had funds, but it's an increase in FTE.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, and then we have guidance support, psych counseling, social workers. So this is what we call our certified support staff. And that's 3.8. The family and community liaison isn't actually an add. If you look over on the right, it was, again, a shift from non-cert to cert, but we're accounting for those net changes. So 15.73 is the total, of which, as you said, I think 8 or 7 were enrollment, 3 was a shift from the SLP, and I would say those 3.8 were directly related to student needs that we saw in this current year.
Okay, so that's 15, and then to get to the 25, that the rest of that is the
Hand column, yeah.
yeah,
It's on
okay, go ahead. Yeah.
on the right side where it's yellow, in the school administration, we added a program director of K through 5 SPED because the prevalence rate is 18%. We have a significantly high number of needs in the K-5. Do you remember that number, Mike? I'm not sure.
So the supervisor that was overseeing elementary schools had a significant, almost double the caseload of the middle and high school folks, was extremely bombarded and overwhelmed. So we added one to reduce the caseload in half. So now there's a supervisor for almost 400 students rather than, 2 supervisors for almost 400 each rather than 1 supervisor with 811 schools. So it was just physically impossible for her to be able to provide the support necessary in order to maintain the level of support to the buildings. I think we're going to see some overall help because when there's PPT meetings, we have a supervisor that's present to ensure that the appropriate services are being proposed for the IEP, and then that we're not over-prescribing personnel in those PPT meetings.
And then we have a restorative practice specialist, again, student need at Walter Fitzgerald campus. A BCBA, that was a shift from a grant. American Sign Language, again, that shifted from the, it's just a net change from certified to the non-cert line. Transportation, it was a $0, actually, it was a dollar reduction overall because the director became a supervisor and we split a finance analyst from a secretary position with the finance office, and that was a savings of over 50,000. Communications director was increased slightly to reflect the commitment of hours she was doing. Legal services, that's a reduction because we transferred it back to the contract because we weren't at that time able to hire someone. We are in the process of a search, potentially going to have to move that back to the personnel. We're looking, it would be more cost beneficial for us to hire the person. At that point in time, we didn't think we'd be able to. And so that's a total of 2.13. And then this is a little bit complicated, but on the special ed paraeducator side, that's another example of what Mr. Testani was talking about earlier. If we negotiate a contract, that doesn't mean the grant goes up. So these paraeducators were on a contract, and when we did that memorandum of understanding that the board in town allowed us to do to increase our paraeducator compensation, we increased that compensation also for those that we had on the grant. So this is the net difference. So it's saying if I had 100 paraeducators and 5 were grant or 10 were grant and 90 were on the board side, well, I increased everybody, not just the Board of Ed side. So I have to right size that FTE. Now I'm affording less FTE on the grant, and I have to have more FTE on the board side. But those dollars were already in our budget. So it's just increasing that FTE to reflect what's really there. And so that's the last one. So that's the total for the current year staffing changes that total up to 2545, but it's not 2545 in dollars. Then the second column, if you go back over to the left, in general instruction, we're adding 2 headcount for K-5. Again, that's the SLAM projections. That's our best estimate. They're the standard, formerly Malone McBroom. And then we have middle school 4. That's what we spoke to you about in the presentation. The restoration of 2 teams at the middle school is 4 teachers. The high school, this is additional American Sign Language teacher to reflect student need and demand. ECC, Mr. Tassani spoke about asking for 3.2 additional staff to fund those additional 2 classrooms to accommodate the 4-year-olds. The data and assessment coordinator, this is another one. This is one that was coming from a grant that, the board doesn't like us to plan FTE and grant because they're very, very mindful and aware of cliffs. This one is valuable, incredibly valuable, and coming back over from a grant. The director of performing arts, this is a conversion of a coordinator. It's a net increase of only about $20,000 to the budget to get a lot more bang for the buck, because this person will be able to perform evaluations and do administrative functions that they couldn't do in their coordinator position. And 3 security, critical needs for security, we believe, at the 3 high school campuses. An adjustment to the special education paraeducators, because this is based on need for next year. Total 12.7 for the current year. Then down below, you have a summary that just kind of further states it in a slightly different way. Which ones are the grant reduction transfers? Which ones didn't need additional funding? Cost avoidance, which were related to elementary, secondary class size enrollment, secondary student need, and then these adjustments, including the communication director and legal adjustment.
Okay, that was a lot. I think the grant presentation is throwing me off, and I guess I'm wondering when we look at the summary numbers and we talk about what's driving the increases, it's personnel costs, et cetera. Are we reflecting that correctly with all this grant stuff going on? Because it seems like that's a shift of dollars, so it's not really headcount that's driving the overall increase. And it also gets back to, I think, Mr. Matola's question about, if we're shifting money, then what are the grants being used for? I don't know. I'm just a little bit confused by the presentation. I mean, it's hard to understand the headcount changes and to what extent they're actually reflected in some of these graphs that you're showing that have the budget drivers, if you will. So I don't know if that's a question or not, but I guess do the budget drivers that you've got laid out in all these graphs and in the summary presentations, do those reflect these grants on an apples to apples basis, or are we attributing things to, personnel and salary increases that really aren't? They're just shifts from grants.
Okay, so on page 8 of the budget drivers, if you were to add together what I tagged as the enrollment in current year page 8. Oh, wait.
Page 8 in the book?
In the budget book, yes, correct. 8.
Yep.
Okay, so the budget drivers summary is 2 different ways to look at it. I just want to say at the top, it aligns with our major categories. So each of those color-coded sections is a color-coded section in the book. So Sometimes there's things that we needed to split out in two. So for example, the pink section on the top 6 includes both special ed tuition, which we felt was valuable to pull out, and general ed tuition. The bottom sheet is a way to look at it sort of more categorically in themes. So basically, to your question, the third line called enrollment and current year adjustments, which is 1.6 million. That's the portion of the salaries, the staff that was mainly on that page we were just talking about. In addition, down below, there's a section called instructional priorities. So that includes the ECC expansion, the restoration of the grade 6 teams, that ASL teacher, the data assessment coordinator, and so on. And that's 647. If you added those two together, that funds all of those staff on that page 158. Some of, yep, so.
Okay. Yeah. And I was reading off this page initially, but I wanted to make sure that we were, this is reflective of sort of actual head count, whether or not something was covered by a grant, right?
Yeah, the way we do it is we actually take a snapshot of the active staff at a point in time. So on November 1st, for example, right before we start our budget process, and we roll them into this sandbox. And in that sandbox, you apply all the COLAs and anticipated COLAs. And then you add your vacancies based on your position control. So to answer your question, that was a long way to say, yes, this budget reflects all of our current active staff, our vacancies that we had this year, and any planned additions that we're asking for in the budget.
Okay, that's helpful. So bottom line, and I realize the budget got reduced somewhat because of the lower health insurance, but as presented, we had an out of the 11.3, 4 million was the teacher's contract.
Correct.
And then, okay.
Yeah, and there's a big amount for special education and for benefits. Now that benefits number is not adjusted yet for the reduction of 1.3, that's been proposed.
No,
by
I
the
got you. So say it goes to 10 million, but if it's 10 million after you adjust for benefits, the teacher's contract is 4 out of the 10.
Correct.
Got it. All right, Mr. Walsh.
On that page 8 you were just talking about, you said to add two numbers together and it pays for all the staffing increases. Which are the two numbers?
Correct, yeah. No, the current enrollment and current year adjustments, 1.6.
Yeah.
And the instructional priorities, 647. No, you'd have to do something that Mr. Gerber asked me to do, and we have it queued up for the Friday packet because we did want to share it with the board, but you'd have to know which ones were already funded in the budget because this is just the incremental cost. So for example, those speech and language pathologists that are in the FTE count aren't included in that number because this is just the increase to the budget. It's not an increase to the budget, it's just a transfer from the contract to the special ed services. Same thing with the para educators. So their funds were funded in what we call the wage and benefit reserve. They were held there until we increased the FTE, but it wouldn't be a dollars increase to the budget. So those are two examples.
So when I ask you on your salaries, the total salaries, where you project that you're on page 9 in your bar chart, that staff salaries is 61.24% of the budget. And last year it was 59% and change, which to me is about approximately 1.5% increase. What percentage of that is the teacher's salary contract and what part is adding staff?
Last year? Are you talking about that last year to this year? I apologize, I'm not sure.
Talking about 24 to 25, because what part of the 61.24? What part of the?
I'm so sorry.
What part of the
Gotcha.
increase, the 1.5% increase, is because of the teachers, settlement of the teachers
Oh, I see what you're saying. What
versus adding staff?
About half on the staff salary line, because it's $8 million increase. Is that what you're
Yeah, I'm
asking?
trying to figure out the 1.5% from last year. Last year, when you looked at salaries for the district, it was 59.77% of the total budget. Now it's gone up by 1.5%. To me, that's a dangerous direction, especially when we know teacher salaries are going to go up to about the same percent next year. Because if that keeps growing, pretty soon we're going to be at 70% salaries of the whole budget. And if that trajectory continues to go that way 10 years from now, we're going to be at 80%
Well,
of just salaries.
hopefully not, because I would think the rest of the budget would keep pace with inflation as well,
Well, I'm not saying that the teacher salary is what's going to be inflationary going in the future. The teacher salary is going to be whatever the teacher salary is.
That's
And,
correct.
and if the teacher salaries continues to go up by 4.5% a year going into the future, a couple of things are going to happen. You're going to get a lot better candidate for teachers because you're going to start making, teachers are going to start making more than accountants. And people are going to start leaving business school and going to schools of education and take their 2 months off during the summer. That's what's going to happen. That's what legitimately is going to happen.
That would be great.
I know. I think it'll be great for the students at Fairfield. Yeah.
But you also have to remember, out of the 61% staff salaries, that's custodians, that's clerical, that's paraeducators, that's administrators. It's not just teachers.
Yeah, but I think what Ms. Laborious is saying is I asked out of the 1.5, what percent was the teacher's contract?
Yep.
And she thought it was, what, half of that? So 0.75% increase? Can you find that out and get back to us?
Yes.
Out of that 1.5% that is now increased in salaries, what percent was just the teacher's salaries from the contract? And what part was your proposal to add staff?
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Stark.
I was noticing that the average teacher salary between the schools actually varies quite a bit. And I wondered what information content that has for you as managers of the school system. And the most stark example, if you'll pardon the pun, that I can find is actually in my neighborhood. The average teacher at North Stratfield makes, call it $85,000 a year. And then just down the street, they make $100,000 a year at Stratfield School. Clearly, there must be some more senior teachers at Stratfield. But what is that? What do you, as overseers of the system, take from that? Is Stratfield doing something particularly right? Retains teachers, or?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think overall, there's been historically longevity in the district. And I just think that you're starting to see over the last several years where people have retired and gone into retirement, and we've replenished with other teachers. I'm going to assume in the next 5 years, you'll see that number at Stratfield drop as those teachers retire, and then they become, the average drops down. So I think it's just really cyclical based on when people are going, when they were hired. But you know, I know for a fact that Stratfield has a pretty veteran staff. And you know, others has seen some turnover over the years because of attrition, and nothing special going on there that's retaining staff per se.
Laura, I have a totally separate question from Kevin's. Where you?
Yep.
So.
Okay, and I want to get to Mr. Curley too, as his hand up. So go ahead, Mr. Testani.
All right, so Mike, just on the hurdles page, and it's kind of a theme we've been talking about for the last several minutes. The first few, and I had meant to ask this earlier, you're talking about in the initial hurdle, right, was the inflationary impact. Then you say under contractual obligations, we are bound to fulfill increases to salary, obviously, through the contracts, as well as other district contracts affected by inflation. So number one, I wanted to find out, so in that very first hurdle, you talk about the inflationary impact has impacted the total budget. with rises in contracted services, outplacement, tuition, paper, pens, and more. Then the next hurdle is the contractual one, where you talk about inflation, and that statement that I would like a little bit more clarification on. One, which says, as well as other district contracts affected by inflation. So just clarify what that means. And then is there some percentage that you're able to calculate out in terms of exactly what that inflation impact has had with regard to the contracted services, outplacement, tuition, paper, pens, and more? And then perhaps more of a specific financial ramification of those contractual obligations and what it means with it says other district contracts affected by inflation.
Well, I mean, first one that's going to come to mind would be transportation.
Talking about like that type of thing.
Yeah, and I think that's going to continue to grow as, you know, we go out to bid for a new transportation contract. I'm sure the operating costs for those providers are going to continue to grow as well. I just think overall, this is going to be the trend until we catch up to the market.
Right. No,
And I think Mr. Walsh said it beautifully. I think part of the reason why people don't enter into the education field is return on investment. We'll talk about it. Return on investment. If it's going to cost you $250,000 to go to college to become a teacher, you want to be compensated in a way that you can at least have a good earning living wage. And I think that's we have other contracts that follow suit. So the paraeducators were increased. Then we go into negotiations. You have clerical staff. Well, they see what the paraeducators got. Then you have ed trainers. They see what they're going to have custodians. So it's a ripple effect.
right. No, I understand. And my question was more along the lines of when you say you use the word inflation in both of those hurdles, I trying to find out is what's the financial definition, or how were you able to track so overall how the country's being affected by inflation, right? We know general P numbers, let's say, for the US economy. So what I'm trying to find out is what percentage, what dollar amounts can you attribute to that very first hurdle, if you can attribute any specific dollars to that inflationary impact? That's one. And I'm sorry, and maybe I misunderstood what you were saying, but you said salary as well as other district contracts affected by inflation. So when you say other district contracts, you're speaking of the transportation contracts, the other things outside of the teaching contract.
Landscaping.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Food
do you have-
services.
Right.
You know,
Do you have dollar amounts that you can attribute to exactly how inflation affected the budget? That's my question. That's something you could get for us, Courtney, and well, because we're trying to give you extra work here and get it to us when you get a chance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Testani. Mr. Matola? Oh, I'm sorry,
Do you
Mr.
want to go
Curley.
to Mr. Curley first?
Yeah,
His-
Mr.
his
Curley,
hand's been up
please.
for a while. And then come to me.
Yeah, thank you, John, and thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for the presentation. Tons of work clearly went into this, and the level of detail and intimate knowledge of the detail from those who are presenting is very clear. So thank you for all the hard work. I had one quick question on, I guess, a question and a comment on the head count, and then I had a question about insurance. I have other questions too, but those are what I want to focus on this go around. So just real quickly, if I look at page 11 of the book, and it's the summary of the FTEs, there's a column in here that's not broken out in the detail in the back sections that we were talking about before. Just for my benefit and perhaps others who aren't as familiar, what is that middle column where it talks about the prior year modified FTEs that takes the bottom line number from 1496 to 1522? Help me understand what that distinction is.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that question. It's a bit unique to Fairfield. I hadn't seen this in other iteration, like places that I've been. Let me say it that way first. So the 23-24 budget FTEs, if you opened up your book from last year, you would recognize that number. It's 1496.15. I'll start there. Then the 1522.1, the modified FTEs, that middle column, it's not the actuals, because in some instances you would show the actual FTEs. When I say the actuals, I mean bodies on board, right? The staff that are in place right now. So you'd be able to see where you're over, under. But what this is it's the current modified FTEs. So this is, for example, I'm going to go to one line. Teaching, line 101, you see 893.05 was where we adopted, but we're actually obligated to provide teachers, for example, in our elementary classrooms to maintain class size. So what we increased the budget to this year was 904.98. So that difference between the 893 and the 904.98 is that current year, those current year adjustments that happened in response, for example, to inflation, to enrollment. And then the 914.68 is the proposed FTEs that are part of the budget. So the difference between those two numbers is what we would be putting forward as a presentation. But we're also presenting to you, obviously, the current year adds, because it's impacting the budget for next year as well.
So I want to make sure I understood the point. So I understand that if enrollment's different than what was originally budgeted, you've got to make some modifications. So how is the 904.98 that you referenced as an example, how is that not actuals? How, like?
So at any point in time, we might not have had all of those staff. We wanted to account for the needs. So actual, like the active head count, could have been, for example, 902 at that point in time. Also further complicated by the fact that when we run reports, we remove people that are on paid leaves of absence and unpaid leave of absence. So it just becomes, it's just a little tricky in that respect. So this represents the number we would need to fully staff up all of those classroom needs.
And that's actually kind of, that's supporting the hypothesis that I had. So thank you for that, because I know that you recently came and provided us with an update on the current year with the quarterly meeting. You had talked about how you already have headcount that you've put in place in response to either state mandates or other needs or otherwise. And I just wanted to confirm that this modified column was consistent with that. And really what we're seeing is not so much a roughly 40 person headcount increase, but really closer to 10 from that modified number. Okay, so that's helpful for my understanding. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I think I still have some work to do here. I'm probably going to have some follow-up questions as well, but I think what I've been struggling with, and I'm going to bring this all the way back to Ms. Ruggerio's comment at the start of the meeting. I agree that the teacher's contract was overdue. Fully support our teachers and making sure that they have the wages that are appropriate and reflect not just a living wage, but reflect their expertise and the value that they provide to our school system and to our kids. But what I'm struggling with is trying to tease through the headcount plan and understand what is a theoretical best practice staffing plan on a nice to have basis versus what's an absolute need. And I'm trying to figure out, as I read through this detail here, how much of the headcount is a nice to have versus a need to have. And the example that you provided earlier with the splitting of the sixth graders into 3 teams, is that a nice to have or is that a need to have?
Well, I would say it's a need to have. And I think going back to the original question at the beginning, when questions began, we could cut back staff, but then we can't sit here and say we want high academic performance. We want students to be mentally and their mental health to be well. I mean, that's always the juggle, right?
Yeah.
Do we staff appropriately to maintain a high level of service so that we're providing families and students with the highest quality of education, so that one day when we go sell our homes, it's worth what we think it's worth?
Yeah.
Or do we cut back and watch our school system deteriorate and watch our property values go down significantly as a result of it? So, I mean,
Yeah, look,
they all
Mr.
correlate,
Testani.
because as I
Yeah,
said in the past, people don't move to Fairfield because there's a wild nightlife. People
Yeah.
move to Fairfield because of the schools, and they want their kids in high quality schools. And that's why you see, as people finish their last child in high school and graduate to go to college, they look to downsize, maybe move to Florida or wherever, because they no longer have a need. But then it replaces with another family who has the same goals and objectives for their children.
Mike, Craig, do you mind if I follow up on that?
Actually, no, if you don't mind, Jack, I'd like to finish.
Sure, I'm just going to dovetail off of you whenever you're done.
And that's fine. So I guess the point that I want to make is, look, my wife and I moved here almost 30 years ago because of the quality of the school systems, and we knew we were going to raise our kids through the public school system, and it's been a phenomenal experience. And many families in town do exactly the same thing. So I am in full support of a quality school system. I think what I'm struggling with a little bit is trying to understand, in a year when we've got this contract increase, which again, I fully support, but in a year when we have that relatively big increase on that payroll line, is it appropriate to also make additional changes in the same year for staffing on a nice to have basis? And whereas if you wanted to expand that to 3 teams, is that something that could happen next year, for example? I'm not challenging the goal of making sure that we have quality programs for the kids. I'm just trying to understand the timing.
Well, I think it's overdue. I don't think that those teams and those staff should ever have been cut from the budget. So what it really comes down to is that we have different experiences based on luck for some 6th graders in the district, those that go to Tomlinson and some of the ones that go to Woods and Ludlow Middle, that happen to go on a team where every teacher is teaching one content area. And then you have those that are just unlucky, I guess, and get on the split team and may not be getting everything that they could possibly get because their teachers are split teaching two different content areas. One they may not be as strong in. So that's what it really comes down to. So I think I would rather provide every child in 6th grade across the district with the same level of quality of education, and no disrespect. And I'm not saying the teachers in those 2 schools are not doing the best they can. But I think if you ask them, if you were only teaching one subject area, would you be able to concentrate and get deeper into the preparation and into the instruction? They would agree.
Yeah, well, and look, I don't want you to misunderstand the point that I was trying to make, because I mentioned my 2 boys went through the program. If I'm not mistaken, they did have the benefit of the 3 teams as they went through Woods. And there have been a lot of cuts made to the programming within the school system since my kids went through the program. So if we can restore some of those things, that's great. But I think what I was hoping to get from you, Mr. Testani, is that this is a need, and that it's a justification of the ask. And that's ultimately what I was trying to get.
Yep, I appreciate that. And yes, I mean, what we're seeing, and it's kind of in combination. We're rolling out a new literacy program in our elementary schools that we think is going to bring great benefits to our students. But then right now we have that gap to fill, and it takes a couple of years in middle school to get some of the kids that may not be on level. And I think that 6th grade year is critical for their overall success as they propel into the rest of middle school and into their high school years.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, I do have other questions, but I'll defer to Jack Testani and others if they want to stay on this. So I'll come
Yeah.
back at it with my other
I just,
questions.
thank you, Craig. Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I just have a couple follow-ups to what Craig's theme was. That's okay?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so let me kind of sort of follow up a little bit with some of that. You know, staff, right? So right now, like part of your initial presentation, and I understand it, was how well the school system is doing, right? That was how well the students are doing, what kind of academic levels they've achieved, where we are athletically. You know, it was a kind of a overall synopsis and of how great the Fairfield school system is. And I agree. I mean, speaking for myself, I'm not much of a late night crazy person either. So I certainly understand that. So let me start by asking this question, because Ms. Laboris was sort of referring to it. So it's clear in my head as well, exactly how many staff are we adding separate from transfers? What, like, was it, I kind of lost track a little bit, and I think that was a question Lori was kind of getting to as well. Do you have the exact number?
So we have those that are currently with us, and then the adding, I would say, the best way to look at it is we're adding the middle school staff,
So total number is my question.
4 in the middle school.
Uh-huh.
We're adding 3 in the ECC, 3 security officers. 1 is a transfer, though, from contracted services. So basically, we're taking away the Walter Fitzgerald contracted service and replacing that with a security guard of our own. And then we're adding 2 at the, 1 at each of the high schools.
Is that a wash, Mike, financially? Taking the security service out and adding 1?
Almost a while, not quite. It's increasing the budget a few $1,000s, obviously. But the issue that we're having is that there's inconsistency on the contracted provider up at Walter Fitz, that, you know, those are kids that really need consistency on someone they can rely on that's there day in and day out.
So that's only 10, right? Is that what you're saying? 10 is the total number?
It's 12.7, so we have 2 also in general instruction
From the slam
Enrollment.
projections at the elementary, and that could increase based on where those, you know, new kids moving into the district, where they enroll. Or maybe the slams off by 1. We won't know until we're done with all our registration and, you know, especially with kindergarten registration, that's always an unknown.
Okay, and I, like Craig, wouldn't want to see the, you know, the team concept taken away. But again, I also agree with some of his comments with regard to the significant salary increase, and at the same time, you're adding, in essence, 12 positions. Is that right? 12?
12.7.
So let's, again, and playing this out a little bit, let's say, you know, worst case scenario, first selectman or us as the Board of Finance come to you and we say, gee, Mike, you know, this is a real difficult year financially for taxpayers. They're looking at a, you know, fairly significant increase to the mill rate. What can you do to help offset this increase to your Board of Ed budget with regard to the extra staff? How would you handle a question like that?
I'm going to say, I think I've helped already by presenting a fiscally sound
No,
budget.
I understand that. It's a great answer, except we're looking at a close to 2% increase to the mill rate. Okay. So having said that, again, the first selectman, we have, as a Board of Finance, say to you, what can you do to improve the budget more than what you've already done with regard to the staffing increases? Because to get to Craig's point, we're taking on a gigantic increase from the salary negotiations and the new salary contract. So to add 12 positions on top of that, it's, I think, for taxpayers, I really believe that. So out of that 12, that's my question. Where could we economize is the point.
I would
You
have
can't.
to, I would have to look at the overall budget and really have some discussions.
And my point goes back to what you were saying at the beginning about how well, like Craig, and I'm sure all of us here on this board, don't want to see scores decrease or, less of an academic prowess within Fairfield. We're accomplishing that now, right? Without these 12 new people. So that's the theme. I'm with Craig on this in terms of how this affects the overall budget by adding all these positions. You see my point? We're accomplishing what we need to accomplish now, right, academically. So with that, where can this be rectified with regard to how many positions are being added versus on top of this salary, overwhelming salary increase?
Well, again, I wouldn't say overwhelming, but we can disagree on that, but
Use a different word, Mike.
I do think we're doing extremely well, but there's room for improvement. When you look at the data, some of the data is flat in some of our subgroups, and I'd like to see that improve because
What data, what subgroups, and could you get that
Our
information
high
to us?
yeah, our
Go
high
back
needs.
to Mr. Walsh's question.
Sure, we can, again, I'll send you the links. You can disaggregate it. But we have some deficits that I think we can do and have opportunities for improvement.
Understand that. So you're saying the room for improvement can only be accomplished by hiring 12 new people on top of the salary increase. Is that, am I understanding that right?
I think that's a small piece to the puzzle. Yeah, there's professional development, increased oversight. I mean, there's many things that we're implementing that's going to have an impact in growing our students academically, social, emotionally. To be honest with you, I think given the climate, and I'm sure everyone reads the newspaper and listens to the news, we could have added a significant number more of staff in the areas of mental health. When you look at it and you disaggregate the data, when you get on Ed's site, when you have some leisure time, you can look at, we don't compare with the average state average and how many school nurses we have per the number of students in each building. We lag behind on how many school counselors per student at our high school. So in our middle schools, so I think those are things we'll look to build upon in the future that we did not present in this budget.
Okay.
Okay, I'll probably have more later. But that's it for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Testani. Mr. Mottola, did you have a question?
Yeah, I have a few.
You're vice chair, right?
That's what they
The
told me.
VC.
You should get
Mottola.
privilege, man. You should get to ask first.
I have to remember my new password that I just changed. Hang on. All right, here we go. So I want to talk just for a minute about transportation. For this year's budget, or for next year's budget, are you budgeting based on this year's real numbers? And what I mean by that is, I think you indicated at our last quarterly meeting, I'm looking at my notes here, that you showed savings in transportation costs because of the lack of staff to run the buses as contracted. So I guess I have a few questions related to that. Is that working this year? Or do you have longer bus rides, so on and so forth? And if it is working, are you budgeting for next year's transportation costs based on what your real numbers are this year?
Well, we cut back, as you know, from last year to this year. And is it currently working with some of the challenges we still face? No, we do have longer bus rides. I am getting regular complaints from specific parents that the bus is significantly late. I am getting complaints on the non-public school side from parents that are continually seeing buses that are running late. And that's as a result of some of the challenges we're currently facing. So if we reduce that number any further and we don't meet the levels, I think we're just going to see it continue. We all see that traffic around town has gotten extremely busier, especially during the daytime hours. So, you know, we have a contract coming up with transportation. We're going to go out to bid. And hopefully we can put some contingencies in there that they need to be able to meet in order to improve upon those runs, because we have kids upwards of an hour, and that's unacceptable in a town like here.
That's fair enough. So you're going out to bid this year for a new contract?
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you for answering that question.
Now you ask a transportation question.
Sure, that's fine.
The
Go ahead.
explainer on page 58 says that you're in the fourth year of a 5-year contract and you're budgeting for a 1.7% increase in transportation. Does the contract step up each year within the 5 years? Okay.
Yes.
2.5%. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Sure.
For the following year, yes. Yes.
26.
Sorry, is someone, is that Mary? Does someone not speaking in the microphone?
Sorry, Lori.
That's okay.
Just wanted to confirm something real quick.
So basically what just was said for people listening at home is we have one more year left in the current bus contract. That's for 25. You're going out to bid, but that will take effect in 26.
Correct.
All right. I want to talk just for a minute about ECC, which I actually wrote all these questions out on the Google sheet, but I don't think you guys ever got it. So, but that's all right. You can answer them later. You know, I just did it yesterday. So, so basically what, if I'm understanding what's going on with this, is that well, let me ask you this question first. Can you tell me what is the total cost of the changes in the EEC program as outlined on page 2? So page 2 of your budget book, you state there's $180,000 and 3.2 FTEs. So is the $180,000, that's not the FTE salaries, right? What is that?
Well, it is for 2.2 because we currently have a vacancy. So that is going to be the extra staff member, the third.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're going to have 3 additional classrooms for next year, and that's based on the kindergarten changes.
Correct, because we've gotten a pretty good number of parents that have opted to remain in preschool for an extra year. And we're also seeing a lot more interest in, because their children are going to be in a full day program, we're seeing more interest in other kids as well that are not in our current ECC.
All right. So, you're getting some feedback that you're going to need these 3 classrooms. There's not any question about that?
Not any question about that.
All right. So, and this is kind of a bigger question because it's going to impact future budgets. And what's the intent of the Board of Ed with respect to the ECC? Are you going to have a cap on the number of students in the ECC?
No, the ECC is a required service that we have for students that have disabilities and special education.
And-
We have to have,
Oh, okay, I understand.
you mean for the typical peers?
Right, here's my question, all right? No doubt this program's grown over the last several years, correct? Okay, and I mean, do you anticipate that it's going to continue to grow in the next 5 years?
We're expanding the age span, so.
I
would
understand that,
anticipate
yeah.
Yeah.
So what's, to the extent that you know, do you have a game plan with respect to how you're gonna, house this program in our public schools? Is it gonna affect other programs because you're gonna need the space? I'm sure you've been thinking about those things. So, so what's your thought process with respect to that?
Well, I think you just mentioned that space is going to be a challenge. We are exploring options, and we're going to need the support of obviously the Board of Education and the town as to some of those options and what they could possibly be. But, you know, we are putting a limit on right now the number of full day students. We don't have to offer full day, but for the kids that would normally have gone to to kindergarten, we
You gotta
want to
give them full
yeah.
day.
So we are capping that, but, you know, space is a concern.
So you have an obligation, if we identify students who have needs, we have to provide the program for them. No doubt about that, right? How does it, how, these are preschoolers, right?
Yes.
How are they identified as students who have needs if,
Birth to 3.
okay, so does a parent then see something in his or her child and then gets the child assessed in some manner? Then they come to you and say, our child has these needs, and then you have to educate them, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the idea for the ECC is you want to have a peer,
Peer ratio,
Peer
hopefully 50-50 if possible.
okay. I'm asking questions that really concern me because I was on the Board of Ed many years ago, and now I'm the Board of Finance for I don't know how long now, 10 years, 9 years. And we as a town, you know, involved in a program to increase your school space. And quite frankly, I thought we were, you know, there was the light at the end of the tunnel, but there's some issues here.
There is a light, just the tunnel got longer.
Well, the tunnel's a lot longer,
And
right?
it's not only the services for our preschool students, but as they continue on into elementary school, we are building in-house programming, as you saw in Mr. Testani's presentation of the $16 million cost avoidance for elementary and then middle school and high school as well. So a continuum through the grade spans.
Yeah, I know you're saving $60 million, but I don't know if we factored in the cost of adding potential space to our school buildings with respect to all of this. And I know you don't have the answers today, but you believe that this program is going to continue to grow. Is that fair?
Well, I think it, you know, as we put an emphasis, and research has shown us that children that have good early childhood
Yep.
experiences, that trajectory goes all the way through into high school and college. So I think parents are more educated. Parents understand the importance of early childhood education, and it's a hot topic at the legislative bodies as well. And I think they're realizing how important it is. I think that's where the shift in the age of kindergarten came from, is an understanding that children need more time in an early childhood setting before going on to kindergarten, where, you know, the academics really, you know, rubber starts to hit the road.
Okay, last question, then I'll get off the topic and stop asking questions. How many ECC classrooms will we have next year?
Are you including Ward, the Ward site?
Everything, yeah.
So 6 classrooms are at Ward. Next year, we will have 5 at Stratfield and 2 at Holland Hill,
13.
13, okay.
including the Ward site. In all elementary schools, it's going to be 7.
13 ECC classrooms for next year total, with the 3 that we're adding.
A couple of those are CLC preschool classrooms, but
Sure,
I know that you don't,
Right.
yeah, you just care how many, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rottola. Can I just want to, John, you asked most of my questions. I had several questions on ECC too. So the last one, so my first question was going to be, and I think you answered it. So we're adding 3 classrooms. Where, and you gave all the locations, but where are these 3 classrooms being added?
2 at Holland Hill and 1 additional at Stratfield.
Okay. All right. And then you have some language in the summary. And first of all, let me just say, I understand the importance of the ECC. I've heard nothing but good things about it. Also, fully understand and support the importance of, early support for these young students. But I'm just trying to understand the numbers here. So we've said here that, and I'm just going to read part of your paragraph from page 2. It says longer day programming for our older preschoolers will also provide more time to focus on the development of students' social and emotional executive functioning skills through play-based learning. This expansion will also focus on maintaining as close to a 50-50 ratio of students with disabilities to non-disabled peers across all preschool classrooms. Okay. So, and we said this before, but okay, so this is 3 classrooms now that we're adding. And I brought this up and I got pushback in return, but during our last meeting, but it's pretty clear that space is an issue here. We're not going to continue to have, physical space is going to be an issue and there is going to be a cost associated with it. And you alluded to, Mr. Testani, we're going to have to look at some things. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means we're going to have to expand space, rent space or whatever. So I'd like to understand that. But within that, the 50-50 ratio of students, I understand that's ideal. But that's not a requirement, correct? We are required to provide the services with students with disabilities. And then to the extent we want to expand that to keep the 50-50 ratio, that's going to add to the overall enrollment and the physical space needs as well, right?
We're required to offer it to the non-disabled peers as
Yes.
well. Yeah, and it also, with the disabled peers, we have to talk about time with the non-disabled peers and least restrictive environment as well for those students. So that's why we try to maintain the 50-50 ratio, because we know that benefits those students significantly.
And the other students, what you've referred to, I think here is typical, and I don't want to use the wrong terminology. Those students pay to be in the program, correct?
They pay based on whether it's full or half tuition, correct?
Okay, so
Or
that's
free,
a scale.
or free,
Okay, so that's a scale based on family income.
correct.
Okay. So we've got these 3 new classrooms, partially driven by the change the legislature made about the kindergarten start date, but presumably also partially based on the objective to have the 50-50 ratio, right?
More on the legislation, simply because we strive for the 50-50 now. I think what's the biggest driver is because we have to create the full day programs for those kids born between September 1st and December 31st.
Yeah. So can you expand on what you said before? So we have to come up with 3 new classrooms. We all heard about redistricting rearing its head again, and we know that there were all sorts of challenges with that last go around due to space. And you had alluded to, I don't know what you meant by this, but you said something about we're gonna have to look at this. Space is going to become an issue. What does that mean? Is it going to be looking outside of our existing footprint to find additional space? Renting space? What are we talking about here?
Yes, correct. Both of those.
But not in this budget.
Not in this
point
budget,
in the near future.
In the near future, correct. And I think some of that also ties into not only the racial imbalance plan, but it also ties into the fact that we're starting to lose and become overcrowded at McKinley School.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I would just, reiterate what I asked for last time. I mean, I think that we have to start looking at infrastructure costs when we start looking at these program expansions, whether or not they're mandatory, because it's just a reality. I mean, it is a reality. I mean, if we're
completely
adding
understand.
3 classrooms, we are going to have to find 3 classrooms, right? So it's just good to know going forward, especially as we consider our capital plan, what that means. I don't think it's going to be ideal to be, renting space in the long term. So, having that as part of the analysis, I think would be helpful. But thank you for the explanation on that.
Yep, and I agree with you 100%. And that's why I think, as we move forward and we look at these large capital projects, that it's better to be safe and add space when you're doing a capital project, then realize, a few years later that that space is something that you could have possibly benefited from.
Yep, I hear you. Mr. Curley, did you have a follow-up?
Not on that point. So if anyone has a follow-up on that, I'm happy to
I
defer.
think-
I
I
have a
think,
question on something else.
Lori, I think we have a couple of follow-ups on these points,
On
right?
Jim, on ECC?
See, Jim and
No,
Mary.
I've been trying to chime in on actually Mr. Curley, responses to some of his questions. That's what I've been
Okay.
trying. to
Mary,
get
do you
to.
have something on this? Why don't we do that and then we'll get to you? Is that okay, Jim?
That's fine.
So I just want to understand the new 4-year-old program a little better. Can parents opt to hold back a 5-year-old and put them in that program?
No.
Or is it strictly for 4?
No, if you're born on January 1st or if before that, before September 1st, if you're turning 5, you have to start kindergarten.
Okay. And then, so is there any kind of reduction in kindergarten classes this year?
Well, I think once that all shakes out, it's hard to determine. I think one of the things that the state dropped the ball on is that the opt-in, opt-out. That's where we get the issue. And if they had made a hard date, that if you're born September 1st on, just like it had been with January 1st, we'd have clearer numbers. The fact that they give parents a choice, and they can change their mind up until the first day of school.
Thank you.
Is that opt-in, opt-out only for a year or is it going
Yeah.
forward? It's just for this
Well-
coming year? Right now it is.
Well, the legislation says that there could be an appeal to the principal by the parent. We have taken that out.
All right.
So we're hoping that this is rectified in this legislative session, that we can get more clear guidelines for parents. Unfortunately, we're at also the mercy of communities where preschool needs to be accessible for free. If not, childcare issues will arise. So.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and Jim, I want to just one more clarification on Ms. Leclerc's question on this, though. And Mary, I'm not sure if your question was answered or not, but if we are assuming an increased enrollment for the student, for the students that won't be going to kindergarten now, was there a direct offset in our assumption for enrollment for kindergartners or not?
Slightly, but that could change. Again, we don't know.
I know it could change, but they're
Yes,
they're
we reduced
wondering
by 2.
right? But we have a total number of students, so they're either going to be in the ECC, or if you assume they're going to be in the ECC because they're not going into kindergarten, then they're not in kindergarten. So if we have an overall enrollment assumption, was there an offset is my question.
Yes, 2.
Okay. So we had the increase of how many ECC teachers? 2 FTE, 3.2 FTEs?
Yes, because that includes the 3 classroom teachers, one of which is an opening for a vacancy from this year, and then the increase in special, so the PE and that's to service those kids. So then there was a reduction of 2 kindergartens. So really, it was
Reduction of 2 kindergartens.
Yes.
Perfect. That's what I was asking. Thank you very much. Mr. Walsh.
I echo some of the financial concerns that Mr. Curley raised, and, I guess some of the nice to haves for some of the haves when you have a $4 million increase in the teacher salary contract. And, he raised an interesting issue, Mike, that you brought up, which I was going to get to, so I'm glad it came up then, which was one of your drivers, which is the restore to 3 grade 6 teams. And I couldn't really understand it from reading it, what it was, but I think you kind of summarized it for me very clearly. So I think, to use your terminology, we have lucky 6th graders and we have unlucky 6th graders. I would call them privileged 6th graders and underprivileged 6th graders. When did the board make that decision to set up those 2 dichotomies of student, where one student in 6th grade, you kind of have to roll the dice and hope you're lucky to get the program that you think is better, and that the Board of Ed itself created a system that has unlucky sixth graders, under what I call underprivileged sixth graders. When did that get set up, and how and why?
I'm sure it was a cost savings measure, but it was, I think, 3 years ago. It was
Okay.
during COVID.
Okay, is there anybody from the Board of Ed here who wants to comment on that? Because I don't think the rest of the town knows that we have unlucky sixth graders and lucky sixth graders, and you got to kind of roll the dice and hope you end up in one program versus another.
Yeah, it was a few years ago. There was a change in the enrollment. We were looking at a reduction on the town side. And if you remember the non-lapse, I think it was the year that we had the non-lapsing account. All that was going on during COVID. So the actual count for that incoming sixth grade that year was significantly lower. So that's where the board decided to take it from, but that was kind of adequate at that time, no longer adequate at this time, and looking to restore that. So I think you were here during that time. Remember when we had the non-lapsing account? There
Yeah,
was
but
a reduction.
the Board of Finance gave you all the funds. Any of the savings, we didn't take them.
I'm saying that for that
the town
year-
and the Board of Finance and the Board of Select, nobody took the money. Everything that was funded, we gave you 100% of.
So out the year that it was created was adequate for the incoming sixth grade class at the time.
Okay.
There was a drop in enrollment in that grade, whatever reason that year. That's why it was done. Now we're looking to restore it, and also not necessarily understanding at the time too. I remember, maybe Peterson can jump in, but having teachers teach two different subjects, they can't attend the PD for that happens all at the same time. So science and math, you can only go to one, you can't go to the other. If you're attending an SRBI intervention team meeting on a particular student, you can't attend for both subject areas. So it's become also a logistical issue in meeting students' needs with the split team at those two schools. So it's a restoration of what we had done before.
Okay,
But
so-
we did it based on an enrollment of that year.
So 1 year covered it, the next year it didn't. And the board chose not to fund it.
I don't
because-
remember.
Well, I'd like to get an answer on this because it was right there, Mike, where you sold me on it. The fact that we have two groups of sixth graders in this town and you either get lucky or you don't, that's not the way to run an education system.
Agreed.
It's just not the way to run an education system. And it's been 3 years. It should have been fixed during that 3-year period of time. I was, when Craig raised it, I had the same question, but now I hear it. That's not a request. That's a need. Okay. That's not
It's not a.
people shouldn't
nice
be
to have.
lucky
Correct.
or the same program should be run for every grade level in this town.
Correct. And it goes against the middle school model because you couldn't do it in any other grade level moving up because the certifications are 7, 12. So it really does a disservice.
But I do echo some of Craig's other thoughts in general, because I will tell you, I mean, and knowing that we're having another major increase in the teacher's contract next year, about the same amount. I mean, this year, I think we've kind of in the budget overall, the whole town budget, rolling your increases in, it's not going to have a drastic effect because of interest income and all sorts of other things that we will talk about that you guys don't have to worry about. But next year, I don't know where we're going. I mean, and if we're going to have it, and Mike, you must see this, right? You must see all the teachers' salaries across the state being 4% or above.
Correct.
And there must be talk amongst people at your level, superintendents, worried about where this is all going and whether there's going to be funding for it.
Correct.
Because if we're really going up 4.5% to 5% on teacher salaries a year, it's an unsustainable model. I mean, 5% increases like yours that you're bringing for us. I mean, you could do that for a year. Maybe you could do it for 2 years, but it's an unsustainable model because of the compounding of that over the longer term. And it'll just run people out of Connecticut, to be quite honest with you.
It's problematic, I think. And, there's a rhetoric that I'm sure we've all heard at the national level that we need to raise teacher starting salaries.
Sure.
But that has to come with funding, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it does have to come with funding. And I think that's one of the big things that we need to be pushing our US congressmen and senators on, making sure that they put their money where their mouth is, and that's in the funding.
That's going to roll me into my next subject, which was, you mentioned one of the, under your hurdles, unfunded mandates. Can you give me a number of what the unfunded mandates are? How much is that costing Fairfield? Say in the last year that's being put into this budget, what is the dollar amount?
Well, just ballpark, $2.5 million. But
And
then,
what- and
but
so
then
it's
there's
2.5 million of expenses. And how much is the revenue component? The less revenue.
1.2 million,
And where's that coming from?
our budget.
No, what reductions in
The
revenue?
excess cost.
The excess cost.
So if they fully funded the excess cost, Fairfield would be in line for $1.2 million. I got that email last week. So that's where we would get from the state an extra 1.2 million if they fully funded it.
So really, by the state legislature, we are being affected by $3.7 million. Am I doing the math correct?
In just the last year or so, right, if you go even in previous years, the numbers, but now we just gotten used to it. So that's what happens. Somehow you fund it, you get used to it and you forget about it. But if you go back the last decade, it's probably significantly more. So that's where you start to see the growth in the budget is not all in terms of the Board of Ed needing more money because they want it. It's because they have to spend it.
Okay.
Can I jump in?
Sure.
Because I like to piggyback on you. So I know nobody's asked about revenue, just the expense size, but I would encourage you to look at the revenue on page, what page is that? 132. 131 actually is the summary line. So you'll see budget to budget or a little bit, $1 million less in revenue. And then from actual to next year's budget, it's $1.4 million and change less in revenue. A significant portion of that is a reduction from the state in our excess cost reimbursement. And also, as the town in every district, is the federal funding, the ARPA money and all of that is going away. So this budget is also 1.4 million, you could say, due to this change in revenue. And another couple $1 million of it is also the increase in mandates. The right to read legislation is a very expensive proposal that we've spread out over, been very careful to spread that over 3 years to pay for that. This budget is the third payment towards that initiative. Educating students with disabilities through their 22nd birthday. It used to be 21, then 22, now it's through 22. That was another about $600,000. That was a recent change. The kindergarten change is the ECC classrooms that are in this budget. And then there's a graduation requirement, but I don't know if that's going to cost much, but some HVAC evaluation and inspection costs that we have to do. I mean, we want to do those things, obviously, but I'm just giving you the laundry list of the most recent, like within the last year or so, of millions of dollars in increased costs coupled with the reduction in revenue at the same time is also part of this. So I hear you on the staff, but it's not just adding staff or programs to this budget that serve students. It's also the economic factors around the revenue and the increased mandates that we're not like a town that we have to do what they make us do, so to speak, right? So
Do you have our legislative delegates for our town come into the Board of Ed for meetings to talk about this, to talk about how their decisions are going to negatively impact the town that they represent?
I see, Mr. You want to take that one, Jeff? I have that conversation on a regular basis, but
It should be a requirement. I mean, you guys should have them in every year, especially when you see bills like this going before the legislature. I mean, it's insane. Do you know our legislative body voted on these? Do you know how Miss McCarthy Vahey, Mr. Huang, Miss Leeper, Miss Keith,
so I
if I'm
think
saying her name right?
I'm just talking the financial part of it. I'm not talking about whether these things are all great for kids. People want to move to the science of reading for literacy instruction in our younger kids, right? Some of these things are having preschool education for our kids that, you know, that have special needs and getting everyone prepared for kindergarten. Those are important things. I'm not saying they're not important initiatives. I'm just trying to explain to you how it contributes to the increase of this budget. And how Mr. Testani came in with less than 0.5% outside of the contractual obligations, even with all of this. So as you think about, well, what else can he do? I think there's not really much without causing some kind of harm because of its, and also increasing a very changed landscape. I hear you. I know it's frustrating. I understand.
No, but you don't have them in though. Would you be would you welcome having you guys get together with this Board of Finance and having them come in for a meeting? All right, I'm going to try to work with our chairwoman. Maybe she could work with you and we schedule some type of legislative summit in regards to it. Because I find it disgusting, both at the national level and at the state level, that these legislatures and Congress and Senate, and they sit here and they try to make themselves all feel good. Oh, we're going to do all these like great things and we're going to, but without the funding to do it. They're being cowards. They're all being cowards if you are not attaching funding to it. This state should have a law against it. Any mandate should be funded.
They also removed the cap on tuition, which is going to cause us to have to increase our reimbursement for out-of-district tuition. That's proposed in the governor's budget, but it's not final. So if you're
Okay,
going to call
I don't want to get too off track on this. I appreciate Mr. Walsh's point, and I certainly understand the impact on the budget. I guess, you know, I probably have a different view about, first of all, we're the same set of taxpayers. An increase in state funding to Fairfield, we're the same taxpayers. We're paying for it. Comes from our state income taxes or whatever. So there's no free lunch here. So the question is, you know, are these initiatives important or not? Right to read, you know, I'm not an expert. That's why I'm not on the Board of Ed, but I've heard an awful lot about reading scores and literacy and, you know, phonics-based education and all the issues that we're having. So, you know, I have a hard time, you know, I'm not sure that's the right debate for this board to get into. The CPP, you know, we've heard about how these are our neediest families and students, and we're going to keep them till the age of 22. Kindergarten, I mean, I think I've heard the Board of Ed, you know, support this, that we, you know, we're one of the only states in the country, I believe, that had 4-year-olds starting kindergarten. So, you know, I'm not sure this is in our purview. You know, the reality is, if we're going to do these things for our students, they're going to come from our tax dollars, whether we pay them on our house or whether we pay them to the state. So, you know, it kind of is what it is there. So I think it's a matter of debating the merits of what's behind these mandates, but I really don't think that's the purview of this board. You know,
Ms.
we just
Charlton,
have
I
to.
100% disagree with you on that. If these legislatures had to come to our meetings and understand the pressures that we are under at the front lines of paying this, as opposed to, oh, this all sounds really nice up in Hartford, this bill, yeah, we should fund that. And it would be nice to have that program without being here with the educators of each town, having to hear from them what they need. It would be a different argument. Because every bill up in Hartford sounds great when you don't have to put money attached to it.
Okay, we should, I think most of these things sound pretty worthy, even though they don't have money attached to them. Again, you just sat here and said, we need to do, you know, we need to invest in additional teachers for our 6th grade because it's important to do this for our students. I mean, these are the same types of issues. And again, I don't want to get too derailed on this. You know, the funding, again, comes from the same set of taxpayers, comes from all of us, you know? So I'm not sure what we accomplish by saying we're getting money from the state, because we pay state taxes too. And in fact, our community probably pays a disproportionate amount of those taxes. So anyway, I think that I'm not sure it's the Board of Finance's role to have an education summit, or that we have time in our meetings to do that. But you know, I think that's a good topic for the Board of Ed to take up, and, you know, interested members can be part of that discussion, or for the community for that matter. But
Ms. Charlton, I totally agree with you. It's not about the merit of the requirements and
Yeah.
whether they serve kids. It's about that we're sitting here and some people are asking us what more superintendent can do when we're dealing with a $1.5 million, risk.
Exactly. The point is, and I think the point is, and I know everyone's frustrated by it, because this is the perennial question, enrollment is flat or it's slightly increasing, slightly decreasing, but we see these costs continue to rise. And the question is, do we want to invest in these programs for kids or not? I mean, some decisions are beyond us, obviously they've been made at the state level, but if you want to argue that, we shouldn't be investing in these reading programs or in the CPP or lowering or increasing the kindergarten age or whatever, that's the, that's the argument. And again, it's not our board's purview. I do want to point out one thing though. And I know there's additional questions, but this overall budget, if we're going to talk about the overall thing right now, Mr. Testani, this budget is after the Board of Selectmen vote is 100% funded, correct? So the cut they made was simply to reduce known decreases in healthcare expenses, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you have 100% of your budget funded. All right.
Yes.
So, and I guess my follow-up question is, and that's unusual. We did that once in my memory. A few years ago, this board restored 100% of the education funding. We were excoriated, or some of us were, for that. For saying that there was nothing that could be reduced in the budget. I was one of the people that supported the restoration of that budget. So, we had it 100% funded. And then we ended up that year with, I think, a $4 million surplus. So I personally can only speak for myself, felt like I felt a little burned there. And really, because I didn't fully understand what some of the assumptions were in that budget when we voted to restore the money. So there were, as with any budget, and especially one of this size, 220 million, there's all sorts of assumptions that can go either way. That year, the reason that we ended up with that big surplus, as I recall, was the teacher retirement assumption was way off. And that impacted the budget positively. There's also, and assumptions can go either direction. We made enrollment assumptions this year and they turned negative on us. What I'd like to, at a high level, what are and maybe this is a question for Courtney, when we look at this overall budget, and I've heard some of the comments from board members, the concerns about, is it sustainable? What's the overall level of increase? What are the biggest assumptions in this budget, I guess? The biggest risks that could go in either direction?
Mr. Testani worked on a budget that was very slim, I would say.
But Courtney, I hear you. I'm talking about there are things that are known, right? Like we know what the teacher's contractual salaries are, but we make assumptions about other things. And I guess what I'm trying to understand is every year, we pass a budget and things change during the year. So what are other than enrollment, what would you say are the riskiest assumptions in this budget that could turn in either direction?
I understand now. Health insurance is a risky assumption. I know that we're reducing it to 2%, and we're in agreement that that is the right number, that based on our current projection. However, knowing that it's a risk because it was already a tight budget, and we did put forward a 7%, knowing that the state was likely to come down. We have the same conversations, that our other town counterparts have been having. Only reason I say that is because right now we're at 1,335 enrollees in our insurance with a certain mix of employee, employee plus one, and family. And we roll those forward as they were, and we cared for the additional 12 staff that we're adding, 12.2, I believe. And that has a certain, there's a certain number of vacancies that we have right now. We used to bake into the health insurance. We did not bake any vacancies into the health insurance. That's a risk. In the attrition, we used to bake.
Sorry, is that a risk on the positive or negative side? Not baking in?
Negative side. So risk of going into the red. You know, because we didn't build a cushion into the health insurance, it'll be tightly monitored like we do now, but it's a risk.
Got it.
With the cut as it is, but I support the cut. I mean, I know the town came in at the state came in at the 2%. We're grateful for that. We're also hearing that they're thinking it'll be favorable again next year, which will be great for a year when we're looking at, teacher increase again, but it's a risk. Our numbers could go up.
But Courtney, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I didn't think the 2% was that big of a risk because I thought we got some communication from the state, but it sounds like what you're saying is the mix of people can be a
Correct.
risk because if we budgeted for single people and we get families instead, that's one item. And then the vacancies, are you saying normally we budget for some level of vacancy and this year we did not?
Correct. We would
Gotcha.
have, but if you look back, we gave up health insurance historically over time. That would fund things like unanticipated needs and special education, which is why, it's a risk. It's a risk to go that low on health insurance. We're just funding exactly the current enrollment plus a few additional ads, and it's a risk. It's a risk we would monitor it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I'll say the next
enrollment,
risk, yeah.
healthcare mix, what else?
Substitutes. So when we looked at our historical spending at substitutes, when we were doing our Q2 projections and when we were building the budget, we have historical information. As we know, COVID was an anomaly. Post-COVID, 1 year was an anomaly. But it seemed, and so we assumed that what we were seeing was a trend continuing in that direction of being anomalous. When we got our information for January and February on the substitutes, when we really drilled down, and the reason it's a little bit of a challenge is because subs tend to happen in volume at year end. It's the way it works in the school system because people wait, if they can plan to have their families and babies and go on maternity leave later in the year, they use up their days at year end. It's just the way it goes. So we're running our new projections on the subs. We have a pretty large gap this year. The gap has grown since our Q2 as we got additional information. What we thought was a post-COVID blip turns out is a trend, especially on the long-term absences where we were normally seeing 55, 59 in a given year. We saw 72 last year, 72, 21, 22, 79 last year, and 72 this year. Again,
But are you saying we haven't accounted for, so as a risk, have we not accounted for that trend in the budget?
correct?
Okay,
Correct. We did not see that trend until after we already presented the budget, but we're putting management tools in place to address it. But that's a risk in the budget is the sub account. Yeah, it's about 561,000 potentially. Yeah.
okay, so
You know-
enrollment, substitutes, health insurance, both of which could go in either direction, but I understand it's, obviously you're worried about the downside. Anything else big?
So just the subs are not likely to go in another direction, but we'll handle it if we have to.
Right. I was thinking more about the other two, but go ahead.
The other two, yes, they could go in the other direction. The third one, it's relatively minor, but it's the cap that we mentioned on the tuitions. So it's, I'm sorry, the cap on tuition that the governor is proposing to remove, the magnet tuitions, thank you. Yeah, so it's capped right now at 58%. So we're charged 58% of the total cost. And that cap is removed so that we'd be charged 100% of the cost. Roughly about $100,000 would be the impact of that.
Okay.
Special ed's always a risk. You know, again, that's why we monitor it so closely. It's responsive to the needs of the students, but thank goodness we have Mr. Mancusi in place and his team, but it's always a risk, I would always say, you know, especially, and even with the excess cost, that's a capped amount. So it's capped at the state level. We're supposed to get reimbursed at 70% now of our cost, 4 times in excess of the average per pupil cost. You know, as our per pupil goes up, that number varies, and it's capped at the state. So they could even reduce that reimbursement. That's always a risk in the budget, but that's one that we've managed for years, and we continue to manage. That's why you see us having to pause and freeze accounts every year on bad years. And when you mentioned last year the $4 million surplus, I have to say, you know, thank God we had that, because now we're having a deficit, and thank God we could do all of those maintenance projects because we have the multi-year plan. You know, that's just the way it goes. You know, I'll say that's why we have to budget appropriately, and why, yeah, that's all.
Okay,
Ms. Charlton, I just want to also add, we've been lucky the last 2 years with weather. We've had mild winters. We've
Yep.
had very little snow. So we've been able to benefit from those areas as well. But again, that could be a wild card. We can get 3 snowstorms next year and a very cold winter, and all of a sudden then our utilities and our snow removal costs go through the roof.
So we can
yeah,
also
and
reduce that.
okay, so that's a good point that you, and I fully appreciate that. So our utilities costs, did we budget them? What were our underlying assumptions there? Did we assume a bad winter? Did we assume they'd stay flat, go down? What did we do there generally?
So for our usage on the heat, which is the gas, and the electric, we look at a 5-year trend. We adjusted for COVID for usage, and we apply rates based on our consultant conversation on the energy side. So Jeff, I think he works, Jeff, I don't remember his last name, but he's the town consultant on energy, works with us on the rates. And then Sal does like a 5 different way comparison, and we take a relatively conservative estimate. But anything could happen, you know, like last year was very
Understood.
warm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 5-year trend on the weather, and then the rates from our consultant. Okay.
Correct.
I just want to add, because you mentioned 100% of the budget being funded. When we look at building the budget, it is not my intention ever to inflate the number, then to hope that if in the case we get cut, we land where we need to be. It's to ask for what I need. And that's my strategy. That's my approach, to be open and transparent in that manner. I think Ms. Jacobson said it the best, and to go along with what some of the concerns echoing going into the future. Outside of the contractual obligations, we've asked for very little. So if that's any indication what you expect to see in the future, I think you can see that as we start to move forward, after this teacher contract, you're going to see some of our percentage asks start to go south and not north.
Well, thank you for that. Appreciate that.
Can I follow up on utilities?
I have a question too on utilities.
Why does Holland Hill suddenly have $37,941 of natural gas? Page 88.
Looks like in the past it was budgeting under heating fuel. I don't know. I can get back to you, because I'm seeing that heating fuel had 0 in the previous years. And now if you add those two together, you know, it'd be roughly what I would think we would need for the upcoming year, but I can,
Heating fuel has 37,000 in the prior years on mine.
yeah, I don't know. I have to look at that. I'm not sure why I can't answer that right now.
And I mean, I think you already spoke to this, but you are definitely introducing some risk to this budget with the substantial decreases at the high schools, if those don't materialize.
Yeah, if I could answer that. The previous year, so meaning the current year, that were, if you're looking at the year over year, was budgeted really high based on what was happening at the market at the time last year. So the year over year is not necessarily a great look unless you saw the actuals for this year. This year's actuals, we're so far projecting, I think, somewhere upwards of 500,000 to offset those other deficits that we have. So, yeah.
Mr. Walsh?
Have we negotiated a much better rate? Because all these utility numbers are drastically down, or else you're just presuming that, I mean, like, you know, there's air conditioning in some of these schools and still the rates are like 24% down in the current budget. Or are you presuming that some other thing that I don't know about?
We're locked into a rate for the electric for 6 months, just through mid-year next year. And we did that with the usage, and then we trended based on an assumption that the energy consultant gave us. This year was budgeted really high because it was a year ago, if you remember what was going on in the climate, energy prices were at an all-time high, and that's what we were projecting we're going to continue. Based on all information we had at that time. So yeah, year over year, you'll see a big drop.
Are we locked into a new electricity contract? Because all UI is talking about is going up.
For 6 months, for 6 months of next fiscal year, yes.
So through January 1st.
January 1, 2024, thank
Okay,
you.
so we would have exposure there if something changed.
Correct.
Okay.
Outside of our assumptions, that's right.
Same thing with heating oil. Heating oil's 25% off at almost every school.
Yeah, heating oil, same. We were at an all-time high when we did the budget. It was the town consultant that worked on the budget with us, and yeah, and rates have come down. Yeah.
We're using a different consultant.
It's Jeff.
Okay.
Don't we use
Same
ga-
consultant? Same consultant?
Yeah, I mean, I think you see this in all districts that had budgets that were due at the time our budgets were due. The town also had massive savings year over year too. I mean, if you look in the town budget, it's the same thing.
So was the consultant off on the usage because of it was
No.
warmer, or was he off on the rates?
Rates,
He was off on the rates.
the rates, CCF, yeah, the assumption about the kilowatts in the CCF.
Okay,
Yeah.
have we considered using a different consultant to be off that much?
We'll have to talk to Sal Morbido about that. I mean, we're looking to enter into a contract with someone imminently that will be monitoring it carefully with the town, in collaboration with the town. So I guess the short answer is yes.
That's all I have on energy.
Just,
Thank
don't
you.
we
Can
use
I,
natural gas usually in our schools? We don't tend to use oil, right? All right.
We have very, very little oil. Yeah, we have our commercial gas and natural gas, and it is natural gas, yeah, for heating.
That's all I had, Lori.
Craig, did you, sorry, Mr. Curley, I think you had a question. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. Look, all of these questions are important, and there was a logic to the flow of the questions over the last half hour, but I do appreciate you coming back to me. So this is a question that's probably directed to Ms. Laborious and Mr. Becker collectively, but and if you don't have the detail tonight, I can put a question into the Google Doc. I think it's really important for me, and I think for this board as well, to just make sure that we understand the detailed walk of the adjustments to the insurance, what the original number was at the 7% assumption, what the revised number was, and then I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there was a subsequent revision. I appreciate that the initial budget proposal from the first selectman reduced the Board of Education request by $1.5 million, but the Board of Selectmen increased that by roughly 221,000. So it was a net reduction of 1.279. But I want to make sure I understand the ins and outs of that, and making sure that it's clear to this board and to the public what's changed in those numbers. But the question that I do have is actually completely out of left field relative to the other questions that we've asked so far. On page 172 of the budget book, and oh, by the way, left field was a hint to where this question is going. There's a roughly $170,000 request for the Fairfield Ward High School baseball field. Those are for the dugouts and the backstop. I know that backstop needed to be replaced probably 15 years ago, so I'm fully supportive, and I know it's long overdue. I also know that field has never had dugouts, and it is not protected by any tree screening. It's in the middle of the campus. It is very open and exposed. So with the cold spring, those dugouts are way overdue. But I do believe that part of the hesitation that the town has had in the past to do either repair or replace the backstop or to install dugouts is because there's always been this discussion about possibly reconfiguring how those athletic fields are placed on campus, moving the tennis courts and pulling the baseball field back, moving the lacrosse area. I just want to make sure that if we're going to approve money for this, which I again fully support conceptually, that there's not an expectation or a plan that a few years from now there's going to be some program that's going to come back and say we're going to reconfigure how the fields are laid out. So I just wanted to ask, what's the plan on reconfiguring the athletic fields, or is this going to just be a long-term investment?
I actually have no idea what you're talking about, but it's not something that we've discussed.
Okay.
It might be somebody else's plan
The-
about what somebody wants to do, but
Well,
there's
Mr.
no
Cohen,
room on the capital
talking
plan.
about is the Fairfield Athletic Foundation presented a plan to us a couple of years ago as a conceptual idea for adding more field space at Ward by reconfiguring, removing some of the basketball courts over on the Naps Highway side. But it was not something that was ever our plan or was proposed by the schools. It was proposed by a third party, and we went no further with it.
We don't have.
And I do recall that. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. I do recall that. But I also, my kids have been out of the Ward. They played baseball there 10 years ago. But even at that point, there were discussions about potentially reconfiguring the athletic field configuration well before the Fairfield Athletic Foundation made their suggestions or proposals.
So if there's no plan to reconfigure, and this would just keep the fields as is, I'm fine with that. I think that's great, and I'm glad to see that we're making an investment in this program.
Thank you, Mr. Curley. John, other questions in the room?
Yeah, Mr. Walsh has a question.
Jim?
Yes. Mr. Testani, or Ms. Laborious, the town supplies services outside of the budget on behalf of the school system, correct? And I just want to know, I try to see from year to year, is there any increase in services you're going to be getting that would apply to this budget year that would potentially save you money? So have reduced something, or have there been any services taken away from that the town's no longer going to perform that would cause you to have to, there's increases in here for that. So if you could just kind of, I just want to address it, because it also gets down to the fact of how much is the town of Fairfield contributing to the school system and the education system of the town outside of the budget, which I know you have to report on a yearly basis, correct?
Correct. Angelus would have specifics. I know a couple of things that come off the top of my head. We obviously had some monies last year. We invested a significant amount of money in re-sodding and grading and doing drainage at Sturgis. We did the same at Holland Hill. I know Angelus informed me back in the fall that there was some, I believe salting that's been transferred over from the town side onto our side in regards to our campuses. Crossing guards have come over to us as well, from the police department in recent years. But most recently, I think the things, and, you know, we've been doing a lot of tree maintenance. Last year, we spent significant amount of dollars on tree maintenance that we did not get any support from the town from. So those are just a few things.
Okay, so one of the things I want to touch about was the tree maintenance, because you mentioned it before, how much you guys invested in that. Is that something that was normally performed by the town in past years?
I believe it was, yes.
Then why did you all of a sudden assume that responsibility? Was the town just not doing the work and you needed to get it done? Or were you just asked because budgetarily on the town side, they didn't want to have that money be on their side of the ledger any longer?
Last year, when I inquired about it, I was told that from the tree warden that they just didn't have the capacity to keep up with all the tree work that was going on. So we kind of fell to the bottom of the list. So we took it upon ourselves to have the work done.
Okay, and you had a little bit of a surplus last year, right? So you had the funds to be able to do it?
Correct.
To use some of that surplus money to catch up on some of the tree work is what I think you told us.
Yes.
A
We
number
did a
of,
significant amount of tree work, especially around the buildings,
Okay.
safety concerns, and a number of other things.
okay. Do you have continual money in this budget now are you going to be continuing to do your tree work?
Yeah, we have money in next year's budget. This year's budget's on hold, given our challenges this year. So
So in the coming budget, where's that increased funding? Where would I
the
find that?
maintenance line, so
I won't see anything in regards to tree cutting. It's just buried in a maintenance.
you'll see it in the, maintenance section, I should say. So,
Madam Chair, while everybody's looking that up, I have some additional information that I think would get to Mr. Walsh's question.
Sure, go ahead.
So, because he asked what's reported as far as in-kind services to the Board of Education. So the number that we reported for the FY23 ED001 is the name of the report, was about 23.5 million. And that's spread across various areas.
Does that include debt service?
It does include debt service. So the debt service number is, as you would imagine, the largest portion. It would be about 16 million of that, or probably closer to 17.5 million. And it includes bands, bank serving fees, you know, another big one's workers' comp and insurance. The Public Works Department does provide a separate schedule. I don't have it in the summary that I'm looking at. It was only about $50,000. But if anybody has any additional questions, I can, as regards to the service areas, I could provide that.
Thank you. Jim,
Frank,
does
do
that
we,
answer
Frank,
your
do, Frank,
question?
do we budget for that in our budget, whether that's going up or down this coming year? On what you would anticipate that number being? Is it increasing, decreasing, staying the same?
I would imagine that it would be increasing, just because, you know, a big portion is debt service. So I think it would probably be increasing if the debt service is increasing. So on that piece, it should remain relatively flat, but it all depends on how much debt the town issued for Board of Projects, as opposed to the, you know, the proportion for Board of Ed versus regular town Board of Ed projects. And that's the largest piece. So there's a lot of things that kind of impact the numbers on some of the other general service areas. I'd expect those areas to increase because they're driven by some personnel and, you know, an allocation of time that they spend. So I would generally assume that it's going to increase, but I don't imagine by much. But like I said, the debt service is definitely a big piece.
So on page
All right.
93.
Page 93?
District-wide tree preventative maintenance, 150.
and you can see we transferred out money this year because we had to support some of our needs this year.
On page 93, where is it?
You see the 64? Yeah.
Yep.
You go up one from there. The total for 64?
Oh, yes.
One line
District-wide tree. What's PM mean? Preventative maintenance.
Preventative maintenance.
Okay, so last year you did budget for it, 22,000, or is that what you just?
Current year, so 23, 24, which is the current year, our
Yeah.
original budget was 150, but our revised budget is 22,000, to the point of, the fluctuating nature of a school board budget. We had to transfer money out to cover other things.
All right, okay. You mentioned something about salting. Is that now in your budget? Because you were told that DPW, what did they tell you they were not going to salt your what? Sidewalks, parking lots, what was it?
Yeah, parking lots. So it's in the snow removal budget.
Yeah.
And snow removal, maintenance, okay. So
We knew about it, but before this year, I'm not sure. Maybe this year, because that's why you see it's not new, yeah, but newish, yeah.
So it was in last year's budget for the same 260?
I think so. I think that's where it is.
I'm not sure. I think Angelus just kept it the same. I'm not sure if he was notified prior to us building the budget or after.
But it looks like he might have put it in grounds. I see that now. It went up in ground. I think he might have put the salting in the grounds. We can clarify that though.
Yeah.
And what's the reason why the town changed that policy? Did they just told you they weren't going to do it? How did this all come about? You get a phone call? Do you get a call from the first person's office?
No, Angelus would be the one to answer how he was notified.
All right, let's have him come during the budget season. I want to ask him
Okay.
that question.
Well,
Thank you.
this was, just to be clear, this wasn't a change was this a change from last year? It sounds like you budgeted for these items last year as well, right?
No, I believe that it was this year that it happened, so we budgeted for it next year. That's my understanding.
Okay, so the tree removal is the same, and this is,
Tree removal we had in the current year budget, because that happened last year.
Got it.
The salting happened this year, to my knowledge, because I remember him saying the extra crews that had to go out to do the salting this year, which had formerly been done by the town. Perhaps there were diminished resources. I'm not sure of the why, but yeah.
okay.
And
And
I-
we can ask that question when we have our DPW presentation as well. Because
Can I ask a
presumably,
question
they'll-
along the same lines, the same kind of theme? Courtney, it's not salting, but it's snow removal. So if you look at maintenance snow removal, right? The budget was 260, the expense 67,000, yet, am I reading this right? We're keeping 260,000 in that line, even though the expense was 67,000? And that's one. Two, do we contract out for the snow removal? And
Yes.
And who does it?
I'm not sure who could be Becker.
I think it's also Becker, like that's our landscaping, and I remember, yeah.
So they do the tree removal as well as? or
Oh, I'm
maintenance?
sorry, I thought you were talking about snow removal.
Yeah, no, you just said, I'm sorry.
They
I thought
do
you
the
said-
landscaping and I believe the snow removal. I'm not sure if they also handle the tree removal.
When you say landscaping, where would that be in these lines?
That would be all the mulching, grass cutting of the grounds outside of the athletic fields.
Right, no, I see, where it says grounds control, right? Based on-
Yeah, grounds, control services, yeah, contracted services.
So that's an interesting line. So we spent, right, 646,000 out of a budget that was 450. So we overspent. Is
No,
am I
that was
right?
part of so what we talk about when we talk about like the fluctuation. So because last year we had that surplus, Ms. Charlton just mentioned, because we couldn't hire paraeducators because we had double the retirees because it was post-COVID. And there was a third reason that I'm forgetting right now, but three very good reasons why. And we had a really warm winter and we had buses not running. So for those four reasons, we had a big surplus and we were able to accomplish a lot of our tree PM and our grounds work. We did paving, we did a lot of grounds work. This year, we can't do much because we're in the opposite situation. So to answer your question was, I'm sorry, I got off track.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Just on the total amount we spent on the.
That's right, year-end spend out, yeah.
Let me ask this. Let's go back to the contractors just for a minute. So how many companies, in addition to Becker, what I'm assuming is related to David, would be connected to the Board of Ed? So how many companies do we contract out with? That's A. And B, how much is each contract? And can we get a written copy of that? I'd like to see that in writing.
Okay, I mean, the only thing we can speak to right now would be the lawn, the grounds. And then for the athletic fields, we have Diamond. They handle the athletic fields.
Is that a specific amount per field? Is it per the year? Is there a way to get like a list of who the contractors are
we could get.
and how much we're spending on each contractor?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Testani. Mr. Walsh.
Can I jump in very quickly, Madam Chair? I just want to say, I looked up the salting got added to our budget, I believe, in the 2021-22 budget.
Okay, so
Looking
that
back.
was not a change then. All right,
It's not a recent change.
gotcha. Thank you for that, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Walsh?
Yeah, can we get, first of all, can I see some 21 to 22 forward, what the budget has been for salting and how much has been spent on it?
Yeah, we'll talk to, have Angelus provide.
Okay, okay. Can we also get a list of all the landscaping contractors we have to do snow removal, tree removal, everything? Is that going to be provided?
Sure.
Okay. You mentioned Becker Landscaping, correct? David, is that your company?
I do not own any of that company. No.
Okay, did you recently divest or have you ever been a principal in that company?
Yeah, I recently divested of it. It's publicly known.
Okay. Does that stuff go out for public bidding?
It did.
Okay. David, do you have to participate in that public bidding? Are you part of the purchasing policy to be able to sign off on that stuff?
Any existing contracts occurred before my tenure.
Okay, but going forward, are you going to have to participate in that?
The purchasing director handles that. Purchasing director reports to me.
I thought at a certain level, you're part of that process.
I'm the purchasing authority and I'm interviewing CFO candidates now, so I don't really know how this is relevant.
Well, I don't even know, Bill, who's that going to be person? David might be the permanent candidate. Who knows? I mean, I have no idea.
Well, I mean, we'll deal with that when it comes. I mean, I don't know how this is relevant to the budget, Madam Chairwoman.
Well, I just think it
Yeah,
looks a little odd. I think
That just sounds like
I just think it looks a little.
It's not relevant at all.
Yeah, I agree. Guys,
Since Jim, will you knock it off?
I'm not knocking anything off, John. John,
I mean, give me a break. Are you
John.
serious?
I am serious.
This is totally not relevant to this discussion.
Sure it is.
Absolutely not relevant. No, it's not.
no, all right, let's move on. It's not relevant. If we have a question about a conflict of interest in our policies or whatever else, then that's not part of this board's purview. I think we should get the information that's requested. Everyone can see what it is. I think Mr. Becker answered the question. And let's move on. Right, so
Well,
we
let me
have
ask one
some
more
things
question.
that we requested in
I wanna
terms
ask
of
it- I
wanting to
wanna
know
ask it-
who
I
our
wanna ask a
contractors
question.
are, how much we've spent on salting and tree removal, and we can get that information. And I think, not that we're not an ethics commission here, and this is not under our purview, but it sounds like Mr. Becker answered the question that he has not been involved in awarding any contracts to any companies he owned part of or is related to. And I would certainly hope that if that came up going forward, then any member of our town would recuse themselves. But
Well, I'd like to know whether Mr. Becker's signature is on checks that go to his family's company. That's what I would like to know.
Point of order, I don't think that's budget related either.
it's not.
Yeah, do a FOIA request if you're interested in something like that. And just quit wasting our time here tonight.
I'll do a FOIA request. I'm probably going to file an ethics complaint as well. Thanks, John. Maybe you'll join me. Thanks.
To be clear, no, I mean, my signature is not on it, the controller, which per the charter is allowed. So the controller is on there right now as I'm in an interim position. And feel free, I divested of the shares during an interim basis because I wanted to ensure that I was as clean as possible when it came to this.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the budget. Any other questions on this? I have one question / point I want to make overall, but does anybody else have questions on the budget?
Yeah, I have a bunch of smaller ones. You want to make
Okay.
your overall point first?
No, go ahead, Mr. Stark.
Okay, a few things that aren't that big by themselves, but do add up to over $1 million. Page 50,
Okay.
pupil personnel services. Now, the descriptive text 2 pages earlier doesn't exactly help those of us who are not in the weeds like you guys are in terms of explaining the increases in item 62, pupil personnel services. Professional expenses other is really only a $150,000 increase from the actual, from the current fiscal year. But what is that driven by? And there are no FTEs on these, so I'm wondering, these must be contracted out, I guess, right?
Correct, yeah. You're looking at, I'm sorry, line 1 under 62, which is going from 681, 843 to 830, and you're asking about that increase of the 3?
Yeah, and then the nursing too. Just
The
some
nursing too, sure.
context for that would be helpful.
Yeah, higher student needs. So 2 things. So partially because of the lowered reimbursement by this, like Mrs. Jacobson mentioned, from excess cost. So partially a loss of revenue because our revenue offsets the expense here, small amount, and then just increased need. This is looking at all of our current students with their IEPs and the services that they're getting and receiving, rolling them forward and making some small adjustments for anticipated needs for next year, along with adjusting for the contract increases. So professional expenses includes psych evaluations, it includes tutoring, it includes speech language services, speech is a separate line now. It includes all the services that are not speech language that special education students need. So yeah, mostly evaluations and psych evals.
And it's all contracted out, right?
It's all contracted out, yeah. The nursing line, we have, high medical needs, fragile children, students that are in our care that require one-on-one nursing care. So a single nurse is very expensive. So this is just based on a few of our students and a contracted care with a nursing contract that the town did go out to RFP with us. So it did reduce the rates that we're paying as a result of the RFP, but this is just pure student need.
And you're statutorily required to provide this? Okay.
Correct.
Moving on. If anyone wants to jump in until I find my next one, go ahead.
While Mr. Stark's looking, I'll just point out on that professional expense speech line, just below, you can see if you look, the 22-23 budget was 829, going down to 566. That's what we talked about with the FTE, right when we said it's funded in the contract, but we're now shifting it to personnel services.
Okay, next one. 66, item 321. Conferences and staff development.
We have a curriculum development cycle, constantly reviewing and revising, or not constantly, every 6 years, curriculum's up in its review cycle, right? Do you want to take that, Mike?
Sure. Every 10 years, we do a curriculum review. As we mentioned earlier with the right to read, The big rollout is ELA, pre-K 12. So there's an extensive amount of work in curriculum writing, professional development of all the teachers for the rollout in the fall. So, and throughout the year.
Curriculum development, I looked at the schedules in the back. It can be lumpy. It's not straight line.
Right.
Like there'll be years where you have to
Right.
do more curriculum writing. than
Well, the ELA is huge. It hasn't been done, and this is going on 11 years. And to do pre-K 12, the amount of support, because every teacher from pre-K through 5 needs to be trained and receive support throughout the next year, possibly into year 2 as well, because it is a new curriculum, new resources, and then everything that goes along with the secondary 6 through 12 as well. So it's all been done simultaneously. So it's a big lift for the next.
That may explain my next question. Page 73, item 401, instructional supplies and materials. It's shown as a $220,000 increase, but it's really $277,000 versus actual. Is that also stemming from curriculum development or?
Yeah, yes, and just to piggyback off what Mr. Tassani just said, it's a good mandate, right? But this is one of the mandates that CSD right to read legislation, so we're implementing it. We have a really wonderful leader that's implementing it, Janine Goss, and this is the instructional materials and supplies associated with that program. And if you look on the previous question you had was also related to that as well.
Sorry, technology, page 95, item 503. I'm just wondering if there's anything you're skimping on in that, anything that you probably thought about doing but are not doing.
No, I think we explained this last year. We got into a more systemic renewal cycle. So we're purchasing devices in grade 6 and 9. So students in grade 6 will carry those devices through grade 8, and then they'll drop down. And the same at the high school, they'll enter in and they'll get their laptop device in grade 9 and carry that all the way through. So we're being more systemic and thoughtful in how we're replenishing and replacing our student devices.
And just I'm going to piggyback on that. Last year, but it's part of the surplus. We pre-purchased with about $1 million of that in order to keep this budget down. So 2 areas were the maintenance and the capital outlay was where we invested those dollars to try so that this year's budget in those 2 areas would be lower than typical, so to speak.
Okay. Forgive me one only tangentially related question. This time last year, we improved funds to renovate the tennis courts and basketball court on Naps Highway. And I played on them like a couple weeks ago and they're awful. Why is that money not spent yet? My son's trying out for the JV tennis team and I've heard that that's actually where the court he has to compete on. It's not up to standard for that.
Yeah, I think that's a question for Anthony Calabrese, actually.
But it's in your budget. It's in your capital plan, but he's the right person to ask.
Yeah, I'm not sure it is in our capital.
It shows Board of Ed when we approved it, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Capital or operating, Kevin? I don't recall.
It's capital, but
Okay,
I'm just
all right.
begging your leave to ask one tangentially, really.
Yeah,
The
gotcha.
resolution, it was Board of Ed
Gotcha, okay,
on that
Yeah,
one, if you could.
we'll get back to you on that.
okay. Is that Amy?
Hi, just wanted to ask, on page 107, when you're looking at the individual budgets for the schools, there's a significant double-digit increase for Jennings and McKinley, and I notice it looks like it's the paras. Is that based on, what is that based on?
Jennings,
Could you just speak to them one more time for me because I kind of missed it? And then sure.
We had about a $3 million surplus last year. So when previous years were multiple deficits. So in those deficit times, we have an extensive maintenance list. So Mr. Papa George was able and to do a lot of maintenance work last summer, like an extraordinary amount. So that's why the maintenance number in this year's budget is lower than you would typically see, as well as the maintenance projects are lower than you would typically see in our budget. And then also in the capital outlay, the refresh on Chromebooks and computer software that Mr. Testani was speaking about, we used about $1 million of it to prepay. So that line item is normally about $2.6 million, but it's like 1.6 or whatever you're seeing there right now for next year, because we pre-purchased about $1 million or so at the spend down from last year. So those two areas.
So it's surplus and prepaying, then that's what explains for it.
There's one other too, the right to read legislation, so the mandated curriculum that we're rolling out. They started the curricular work a little early, and also we bought a multi-year program, and that program we were able to buy some of that earlier on, so we could save in future years. 450,000, yeah.
Going forward, the savings that you were able to, the savings, but the surplus that you're able to use this year to bring down the budget, that isn't necessarily going to exist next year, right?
Yeah, so we're doing multi-year planning. On the right to read legislation, it won't cause a cliff because we've built that into our assumption in a baseline manner. Technology, you will see the budget pop up if you look at a year over year next year, in next year's ask, unless we have a similar situation this year where we're able to pre-buy again, which it's not looking like that's going to happen this year. And then the third one was the maintenance projects. Mr. Papa George always has a list that he's ready to go of the things that the projects with tiered priority levels ready to do for upgraded maintenance on or basic maintenance really at the schools.
But the materials that go along with the ELA curriculum will be paid off, and that's not a reoccurring cost then going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Penley. Any other questions from the board? Mr. Testani.
Yeah, I just want to circle back a little bit to my initial thoughts, kind of agreeing with the way Mr. Giro started out. And I'm going to go back to, I know we're talking about this fully funded budget. I know it was just mentioned there were some changes made with regard to trying to keep it fiscally responsible, while taking into account that there was this salary, mandate, for lack of a better word, in terms of the increase on the salary line. And with that, we have the 12 positions I mentioned earlier. And I think, Lori, stop me if I'm wrong, but the initial request from a couple of years ago was, I believe, a total of a $2,500,000 reduction to the suggested increase, right, for the Board of Ed, right?
Yeah.
Was that from 2 years ago?
Yep.
So the question in my head is, if we went back to that, just playing it out with me here for a minute, let's just say, for the sake of argument, as a Board of Ed, a Board of Finance, we come back to you and we say, we certainly understand this is a fiscally responsible budget. We see these increases of 12 positions. We want to reduce the recommended increase by $2,500,000. Where would you make that reduction, would be my question. Would it be in some of those 12 staff members? Would you want to keep all 12 and reduce in other areas?
I can't.
Where would you would have to approach it when you get to it?
I would have to approach it, and it would have significant impact on students.
That would be
When-
below
when-
the contractual obligations,
when-
and ultimately it would be up to the board.
Well,
That would be below the contractual obligation.
well, not necessarily, because out of, let's say let's play it out, 2,500,000 reduction to the suggested increase. How much of that would be the salaries for these 12 new FTEs you're trying to bring on board? That's my question. It could be wrong with the 2 million. I don't know what the number is. So out of the 12, you're adding, let me go back to my summary here. Just bear with me. You're adding, so in essence, we would have to keep at least 3 of the ECC people, correct?
We'd have to keep all 3 of the ECC.
Okay, so,
3.2.
so it's in the realm of possibility you could reduce that from 12 down to 9, correct?
No, as Mr. Walsh
Nine,
so
so you-
eloquently stated, you would have the privileged and the unprivileged. So
Well, you do now, though.
that's 4, right? And we want to correct that mistake. That was not my mistake. So I'm going to correct the mistake of the past
By adding 9,
by adding four teachers at the middle school.
that's part of the team
Correct.
approach you're talking about.
Correct.
So, and I'm sorry, the 12 total new FTEs, what's the dollar figure, Courtney, on that?
Yeah, I mean, that could vary based on. who
I mean, it
gets
doesn't matter.
hired.
I would just like to get a dollar,
Less than $1 million, you know.
less than $1 million for salaries.
Oh, I'm thinking salaries and benefits. I was like, well, like,
Less than $1 million for 12 people?
I don't. If there,
Yeah,
yeah,
about
if you add the
100,000.
benefits, yeah, so 1.2.
One
If
point-
you add the benefits, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. Just want to get a sense of how much that added to the overall budget.
Thank you, Mr. Testani. Okay, any other questions?
Madam Chairwoman, this whole thing started as kind of a response to Mr. Testani's very concise and thorough review. Are we going to be going line by department, like we've done in the past, or what are we going to be doing here?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, in
This
the
is-
past, what we've done is we've gone through every single budget, and then when something comes up, we've kind of gone through it in Mr. Testani, in the Board of Ed's budget, which is,
I think we've done the same thing tonight that we've done for the last number of years in terms of being expected to read it in advance and then go through Q&A after a summary presentation. I apologize, but I'm not following.
I think Mr. Matola's been on here, but we've done it section by section. But that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, if
Some
there's
individual- I'll
any-
just start asking some individual questions then. All of
Yeah. So
On
maybe while
page,
you're,
on page 50,
okay,
under the 62 category, can you, under prof expense other, it went up by 66%. Explain that?
We just discussed that. That was Mr.
Oh, I'm
Sark's
sorry.
question.
Okay. Sorry, I was trying to take some notes on something. Okay, under the, Mr. Testani, on page 54 of the budget, under section 68, under legal services, there's about a 24% increase in legal service expense. First of all, is that all external lawyers? And please explain for me the reasons why that section's going up by 24% and how you know that to the exact
So that was.
kind of dollars.
That was moved out of the personnel line because we thought we were going to be able to hire in-house counsel, and there's still a possibility because we did go out on 3 occasions to solicit applicants. We did not, the first 2 rounds, get anyone that could serve our needs. We may have someone in the pipeline. We'll know more sometime in the middle of May. Based on the availability of the individual, because they are out of state and they are relocating to Connecticut.
Okay, is this something you put an RFP out for? Or how does this all work?
It was a posting for a position. We put out an RFP for legal services that would handle things outside of what this person would do, and we're at the point to award that. We do currently engage with a number of law firms, but this would be an in-house counsel that could hopefully reduce how much we spend on our contracted legal services with other law firms.
Okay, the last time you had this in-house, I know it's been, she resigned. to take a position at a law firm. But the last person was HR and legal. Is that the sense of what you're seeking now, or are you just seeking an in-house general counsel or something like that?
It would be an in-house person that would assist with HR, but it wouldn't be a full-time position. It would.
Okay, so it wouldn't be assuming the HR position. They would
No.
just, one of their chores or duties would be to assist the HR department on HR matters.
Right. So rather than the HR director needing to pick up the phone and engage with an outside attorney, they would
Sure.
use this person that's on staff.
Okay, so once again, getting to your proposed budget for 24-25, that number's 592,758. Is that the spend for the whole legal budget, or is that, are we going to be literally paying somebody $600,000?
No, that's the whole legal budget.
Okay, so that's the legal budget for if anybody challenges what services their child is getting in special education,
Correct.
taking all the way all the way through trial and all of that.
All through due process, that would
Yeah.
include contract negotiations with collective bargaining. That would be everything.
Okay, so explain to me why the increase of 24% now that we're
Well, in this year's,
rolled down.
in this year's budget, we had it in the personnel line because we had hoped to fill the position. Now we shifted it back to legal, and just in case we were not able to fill it for next year.
Okay, so in the personnel line, we had all the expenses for all these outside law firms?
Just the budget, so, yeah.
Yeah, just what we were going to pay our in-house counsel, $100 and some odd thousand.
So if you look at the budget for 22-23, it's 594. Our expense in 22-23 was 522. Our budget in 23-24 went down in this year because we transferred that money to a personnel line, thinking we would be able to hire a staff member. For next year, when we built the budget, we put it back into the contract budget. So that's why it looks like it's a year-over-year budget. But if you look at the expense, 522 to 592, you know, if you look at 22-23 expense, that's 2 years ago, from this budget, it goes up by 70,000.
Okay, so the question I guess I have is that you guys had done this whole having an internal legal person internally, and you thought that was a good process, correct? And the whole thought was that saves money versus going to Pullman Comley, correct? Yeah, I would imagine it saves on a Pullman Comley rate, right? So, I mean, based on the salary I saw that we had for the person before. So why would it go up and not down, or at least stay flat? Like, be able to pay the person the salary, but also save off the legal budget.
So that's why it did go down. So you see it going down initially, and it went down by greater than the cost of the salary. But because we weren't able to find that person, we moved it back to the contract. So you're right, but hopefully this individual, you know, will match up with us that we're looking to hire, and we may see some savings to offset some of our risks in next year's budget.
And I think you brought up a good point about when parents challenge and advocates. As you see a larger number of students identified, you can imagine there's a lot more parents that are challenging placements, looking for additional outside, and it costs money, obviously, to hire
I was hoping
high-priced lawyers.
hoping you were going to tell me that because we've been winning so much, no one's taking us to court anymore, but I guess that's not the case.
I wish that was the case.
Where are the settlements in the contract? When we have to pay out on the settlements, do we ever have to pay cash? Do we ever have to pay back their legal expenses? Do we ever get awarded that they were right, we were wrong, and now we have to reimburse them legal expenses or other damages?
I think our special ed department does a really good job prior to those things happening in mediation and through the due process in making sure that we get to an amicable settlement at the end that does not cost the district significant dollars.
From the number of cases that get brought to court, how many are settled versus how many actually go the full distance? Can you give me those statistics? I know you don't have it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, in terms of special education,
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't been here that long. I don't think we've gone to court on anything. I think everything's
Zero. Okay. Since you've been superintendent.
correct. They've done a great job through the
Okay.
process.
Okay. And how many approximately are filed on a yearly basis? In court, where actually someone's actually going to court, as opposed to you working it out along the way?
Oh, no, they have to go through the process, before it would ever get to that point. The state helps through, mediation.
Sure.
So it never,
So
it hasn't gotten.
So 0 cases have been filed in the Superior Court.
Correct.
Okay, that's good to know.
In the last 2 years.
All right. And how much was the previous person in that position who was legal counsel for the, in-house for the administration? How much were they getting paid for that? I know it was a
She got a
combined job.
stipend. Yeah, it was a combined job because she was prorated stipend for the legal share, of her. She was in line with the other executive directors at the time, the cabinet level team. So if they were compensated maybe at 175, that would have been her compensation. But I don't want to say specifically, but
Doing both the HR director and the legal work. It wasn't a separate stipend for that.
well, there was a separate stipend. I'm just giving you the gross total. Yeah, it was, let's just pretend 150 and 25. I don't know what the breakout was. off the
20,
top of my head.
25 for the legal? Man, you got a bargain. Okay, is that still what you're, obviously inflation, but is that the kind of numbers you're looking at, like 70, 80,000 for the legal part?
No,
Okay,
you're not going to get anybody for that,
Okay.
as you know.
okay, do you have a budget for what that is? What part of the budget is in here for just the attorney that you would like to hire?
It's not here because we transferred it to the contract line.
But you must have had a number that you,
In the
placeholder or
previous
something.
year, we put in, it was a 0.6 because we were thinking we could have them at that point in time work a 0.6, and I think that was for 106,000 if I'm not mistaken.
So it'd be a part-time job? It's not a FTE, full
That
FTE?
was the thought at that point in time when it was in the personnel budget, which was this year. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Go to the transportation budget. Let's start on page 61. The largest drivers on that page are for the 21.43%, and that would be under other contracts. Is that what that stands for? I don't have a fuller description.
Yes.
What's the other contracts? And why has it gone up so much?
I do have to apologize. It's a little odd in that when we look at the categories in this manner, it's the only time we ever do it is in this budget book. Our chart of accounts is a little bit different for what we use for the daily. So it could be athletics or sports. Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking, because we did have and see a significant increase in transportation this year for our ski team.
And you
So
can see that in, at 181.
40,000, almost $39,000 for the ski team for.
There was a
transportation.
significant cost. I can get you the exact amount, but yes, there was a significant increase
All right,
in cost.
if you
for
can
the
just
ski
figure
team.
out what that is and just send us an email or something to say what the $39,000 increase consists of. It just
Yeah,
seems like a large.
Because on the athletic side, as teams play deeper into the season, state tournaments and things like that, those are where the budgets kind of increase. So for example, last night we had teams going up to University of Hartford for the Ward boys basketball game. Tonight, they're going to Ludlow was going to Naugatuck. So both getting into the semifinals, you're hitting the road a little more. But again,
Okay.
the ski team, I know there was a significant increase in cost this year. upwards of almost $20,000.
Okay, it just seems,
And state champions both years, yes.
it just seems, based on the numbers, 20% for one of our teams. It seems like a lot of money.
No, that would be all the teams.
The 20% increase?
Well, no, when you factor in them all, so.
Okay, I thought you said it was a ski team that
Well, the
was
ski
causing the
team
problem.
went up almost $20,000.
Okay. And then the other 20 was just a combined for everybody else?
Combined everyone else.
You got a bargain on everybody else.
They're not traveling as far.
Okay. Where does the ski team go? Like up to Vermont and stuff like that? Or is,
If they have to go where the snow is, so probably.
They have to go where snow is, exactly.
all right. The other item on the transportation is on the magnet schools. The fact that it went up by 17.44% and didn't.
And it
most
might
of the-
go even higher if the governor's proposal gets passed.
So explain to me on the magnet schools, because the magnet school expenses go way down, right? They're actually
Yes.
negative, all of them, pretty much all of them, right?
On the tuition?
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, we just have less students, that's all. But the tuition itself is up.
So the tuition is down because there's less students, but the transportation's up.
Well, no.
17%. So
Well-
I'm having a problem jiving those two things.
So let me just say, on the tuition side, on the magnets, we did count on that cap staying in place. So the tuition's going down because we counted on the cap staying in place. The cap actually doesn't impact the transport, so that's why if we had the cap on tuition, we would have seen, that's actually the wrong number on the tuition. If the governor's proposal goes through, we'll need more money. We'll need about 100,000 more.
So that's another risk
Yep, yeah,
of,
yeah,
of this.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you build a budget at a point in time, so.
No, I understand.
Yeah, I mean, even the insurance, like that changed, we're willing to make that adjustment to the budget, but there's things that changed since then
Yep.
in the red, also. So yeah, that's one of them.
No, I just, Miss Charlton had asked what risks we had, so that's another $100,000 to add to that risk.
Correct.
Okay, great. Okay. But regardless of that, the tuition going down, the magnet school transportation expense, can you explain why that's going up so dramatically?
I'll have to get back to you on that. Overall, the transportation budget is only going up by 1.69.
I know it's 17.5% almost.
Yeah, so, but I mean, it's a very good question. I'll have to delve into that. I spent more time on the big buses than I did on the VOAG, so I'll get back to you on that, the VOAG and magnet.
Okay. On page 65, just the executive summary of other purchase services. Why is conference and travel going up by 22.11%? Where are people going to conferences? Why has it gone up dramatically? Why has it gone up so dramatically? And is it conferences or is this travel, I guess? So like what does that make up?
So it includes, I don't know why it's called conferences and travel. It also, for some reason, includes a portion of PD that's related to those, the conference and travel related to the PD. So apparently this line includes the literacy how training offered by Margie Gillis that,
How it's categorized, I can't, but I know that we're not spending an astronomical amount on conferences and travel, so to speak.
Well, I was going to ask where, the way, based on the way it's labeled, it makes it look like you guys are going down to the Caribbean or something for your,
Yeah,
for
it's-
your professional.
for some reason, the way that historically we've classified, and I think we should redo this, but historically we've classified the staff development for pupil personnel services in this conference and travel code. It should probably be reclassified, but this is the Literacy How program that trains. It's phenomenal, and
It's the whole premise for the Early Literacy Academy housed at McKinley. So Dr. Margie Gillis and her staff come in. They've not only been working with those teachers in the Early Literacy Academy, but all the other teachers in grades. We've scaled it up: kindergarten, first, and this year, second grade. So.
Okay. Shouldn't that just be under professional development then?
yes. Yes, I put reclass as a note there. It should be reclassed. This is just how we've booked the staff development for personnel services going back many years, but I will reclass it.
I appreciate that. Thanks for the clarification. On page 69, it's more the percentage that jumps out as, and I don't know if you know the reason. If you need to get back to me, I totally get it. But towards the bottom of the page under 60, under instructional services, there's one line that just kind of jumps out at you, which is a 301% increase under something for social, looks like for social studies, some type of, could you, I'm not expecting you to have an answer on that right now. I mean, the number's only going up by $35,000, but why did it go from 18.7, like when it's been staying steady, and it goes to $47,000? Is that a new program or something like that?
We're about to embark on new curriculum and for the social studies. That could be some of our participation in the standards, the new standards that have been released at the state and training around that. For some teachers around but I will confirm with our program director as to that.
Okay, that could just be in an email.
Yeah, but we do have some.
It just seems dramatic compared to.
Well, we
everything
do,
else.
we're wanting to start the review cycle for social studies a year early and start doing some pre-work, knowing that given the circumstances around social studies and high tensions across the country over the last several years, in particular around social studies, that we want to get a jump on it so that we can not only meet the new social studies standards, but make sure that we involve input from various stakeholders in how we construct and begin to write our curriculum.
Which raises an interesting question, because there was a line in your executive summary you presented tonight, which I didn't really quite understand, and I just wanted to ask you the question about it. I think it was one of the things you wanted to do, and it seemed to suggest something similar. Do you recall that as one of your drivers? Hold on. Let's see if I underlined it here someplace. What are the priorities? Are we going to be teaching social studies? Are we?
The state has.
How's that being rolled out?
The state has released new standards, so it's perfect timing as we embark on our curriculum review and revision. So we will have to completely do an overhaul to meet the standards across the board. But perfect timing.
How much is that going to cost?
Well, I mean, nothing out of the ordinary when it comes to curriculum writing and implementation guides. Maybe some resources, but not as significant as the ELA, because that was a complete shift in philosophical approach to teaching literacy.
Okay, so I found the word in your executive summary. So it was under your slide for quality education, and it said CSDE right to read phase 2 of the implementation of our mandated reading program to support a PK to 12 virtually aligned, and then the words are culturally responsive curriculum. What do those words mean? At least the way you wrote them, or the district's interpreting them, because I just don't know what culturally responsive curriculum.
Well, to make sure that all groups are represented in the text and in the experience of the educational experience. So we're not going to read just books that do not represent different cultures. Kids will have to be able to see themselves and see their cultures represented in the rich curriculum and in the text that they read across the discipline.
All right, is this similar to what you were just talking about with social studies?
Well, social studies, again, the standards are what the issue is.
Yeah, with state standards, yeah.
Yeah, but also making sure that we meet the standards, but also make it as Ms. Oliveira has stated to me, an open, transparent process, because this should not be a political process. This should be based on meeting the standards and teaching to the standards. We're not here to create any havoc around, what we've seen across the nation with so-called indoctrination, because that is not the goal. The goal is to meet the state standards and teach the curriculum.
So in under the quality education slide, the culturally responsive curriculum, is that going to cost money?
We've already invested in the materials, yes. So that's all part of a right to read.
So there's nothing new in this year's budget in regards to that?
No, just the expense, the $450,000 for the materials.
For the materials?
For the program.
Okay. I just wanted to make
and
sure.
Professional development around the implementation. So how to teach through the science of reading rather than the former methodology that had been used for forever.
Okay. So now I'm on supplies, text, and materials, so it's a good spot for us to go to next, which is on page 73. The supplies, books, and materials line, you actually went down on, but then on the next line, the instructional supplies / materials. What's the difference between those two lines?
The 400 series is principals budgeted accounts, so those are school-based accounts, and then 401 is like instructional supplies and materials, so it's what you would call district-based account. Yeah, and that the increase there is the right to read legislation that we just spoke about and the purchase of all the program. Yeah, as well as an investment in Move This World, that's social emotional technology tool, software tool for teachers. And
All right, so the increase in the budget there is because of some of the things coming down from the state as well?
Correct.
Okay. Is that the whole increase, or is that also book costs going up, or?
A majority of it, but yeah, there's a slight like inflationary impact on the other pieces, but, and the reduction on 400 is just principals putting money to other things in their school-based per pupil allocation.
Okay. And I know it's a small amount, but the next line, 402, it went up by 128%. I know it's only an $8,000 ad, but do you know what that's for?
District supplies.
That's for the entire district. It only went up by $8,000. It seems like a small line to begin with. For $15,000 is all the supplies for the entire district?
No, that could be here at central office possibly.
That's only central office?
It could be some increase here.
Sorry, because it's central office, and the reason it goes up is partially because of our print management that we talked about earlier. We put the card readers on all the machines, so we're encouraging people to send their print jobs to central office because it's cheaper for us to do them, and they're doing it, so we're just reflecting that cost here.
So you're saving money at the schools and
Yeah.
and just incurring it internally?
Yep, yes.
That must be fun. Okay.
Jim, do you mind if I ask about the supplies?
Sure. Jump in, Jack.
So Courtney, I have a question to kind of go along with Mr. Walsh's theme here. And it's just hard to understand. And actually, Mr. Stark kind of referenced it before a little bit. Why is there, it's a little hard to understand the discrepancy. If you go through the next, like, let's say 4 pages, starting on page 75, going all the way through to, I want to say page 80, I believe. Just bear with me. 79, and 80, yes, all the way through to page 80. So every school, like Burr, right? Reduction, okay? Dwight, reduction. Holland Hill, 5.82% increase. Then it's Jennings, 6.71% increase. Then it's McKinley, 6.59% decrease. Then it's Mill Hill, we're back to a decrease. This is a kind of a pattern, you know, with all these schools. And if you turn to the next page, it's more decreases followed by a slight increase at Riverfield, and then more decreases. Help me to understand why it's kind of all over the map. So Roger Ludlow increase, 4.91%. Tomlinson increase, 4.49%. Then we're back to a decrease. So why is there such discrepancies between the schools? I'm struggling to understand it.
Yeah, it's a really good question. The schools get a school-based allocation that's a per pupil amount. So we look at their projected enrollment and we give them a dollar amount per pupil to spend at their discretion. So these are the school-based accounts. So if one year Riverfield might decide to put more money in supplies and the next year in lunch aids, for example, or in professional development. So it's their discretion how they spend those school-based budgets. Yeah, and so it changes because they do a lot of budget modifications throughout the year as they're spending. So it's more appropriate sometimes to look at their expenditures.
I understand. So how do you, so if you go through some of these individual lines, you know, as an example, under Tomlinson, we have supply, material, general, and office, I guess. I mean, again, a small amount, to use Mr. Walsh's words, but it's a 7.17% increase just in that line. And again, it's a similar theme with different lines. So are you saying that line, Tomlinson happened to ask for a $1,700 increase?
Correct, yeah.
For that line? And
Yeah,
what would be the reason for that?
So these budgets, the school-based budgets, they don't ask for, like, we treat them a little bit differently because we do a per pupil allocation. So we give them a set budget. So we cap their budget and then they allocate it as they see fit for their school. So we don't oversee line by line for the school-based budgets because we have an assessment of how much they need per pupil. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Are the school-based budgets only for the supplies and the materials, or is that?
No, it includes.
It's an overall school-based budget. Is that what you're
Correct,
saying?
yeah. There's a series of things that they cover that within their school-based budget. Drama, music, extracurricular, their lunch aids, you know, things that are school-specific, the books, library books, yeah.
Okay. It's weird that some have a dramatic increase, like Holland Hill as an example, and others are.
Overall.
Or Jennings, for that matter, you know, 6.71. Again, certain lines go up.
Yeah.
More than others. So, again, it's a small dollar amount, but there's supplemental materials for health and PE went up 33%.
Yeah.
One line in that for Jennings allocations went down 22%. It's a little bit all over the place with how they're allocating.
So, and the board did ask this, so we have a document I'd be happy to share with you that highlights each school and their school-based allocation. So you could see they were given an increased amount for this year over last year unless they had an enrollment reduction, at which point they'd get less money for this purpose. But you could see all the categories that they allocated to.
Okay.
So overall, they didn't go down, but they might have gone down in art because now they're affording, I don't know, more basketballs or more clerical support, or no, that's not funded there. More lunch aids, as I said, yeah.
So yeah, no, if you could share that with us, that'd be great. All right. Thank you.
No problem. Can we jump ahead to page 95, and it's under the capital expenses, and specifically in regard to technology.
We pre-bought.
I know. I was, my first line was good. I mean, Mike, my first line was going to be, I understand you pre-bought with your surplus. Did you pre-buy 437,000 or more? Was it
About $1 million, yeah.
Okay, so where is software purchases in your budget?
Under, it depends. If it's instructional, it's under instructional maintenance. If it's district-wide, it's under district-wide maintenance. So we pay the software purchases through the maintenance budget, like that gray area, it's the maintenance agreements.
All right, are you, I'm only asking this because we had this on the town side. So some major increases coming for Microsoft. Do you have Microsoft computers, Microsoft-based computers? So do you have a contract? Do you know anything about this? Do you need to have your people get back to me? Because we're seeing large software increases.
We haven't.
Drastic. So I don't know why it would not be happening on your side of the budget if it's happening on the town side. Now,
Yeah, it depends on when our
They
leases are.
could be like a year ago or something. You guys just had 2 years ago. You're flat on because you had a 3-year Microsoft contract. But I know what we're seeing on the town side, so I expected to see something talking about it under technology, because in our budget, it's all into the IT department budget. What page? 93.
Sorry, 93, bottom of 93, technology services. You'll see software, info management. That's one of our systems, equipment maintenance and service contracts. There might be another area, but that's definitely one of the areas for the technologies. I don't remember that during our conversation.
Mrs. Burns is incredibly thorough. I just don't recall that part of the conversation, but she assuredly renews every contract, and then also, what is that? Yeah, infotech, infrastructure, technology services goes up.
Could you ever identify all the software packages that we have and what the increase she is predicting that she's
Yeah,
having? 'Cause it's going to make me re-question our own IT.
That's a lot, but
department.
I certainly can do, well, yeah, I could do that.
I do want to note in infotech systems and equipment maintenance, we went down 41.66%. Yeah,
So I remember the conversation.
mentioning all the increases, I want to start highlighting all the decreases as well.
Well, maybe Nancy could buy all the town's software.
So Nancy had gone through and done almost like what's everyone using, what's old, what are teachers not using anymore, got rid of those licenses, like kind of did a little bit of a clearinghouse. And I remember part of our conversation was that went down a lot because she had kind of gotten rid of stuff that people weren't, redundancies.
All right, our IT director's telling us how all the software packages are all going up at dramatic rates. So
Yeah, she, trust me, I know she's accounted for it, but the Microsoft, I don't remember that conversation. We'll get that for you and have a blurb for an explanation. She's on vacation right now, but shortly we will, yeah.
If I could on that.
Go ahead.
Well, it's not apples to apples when you compare educational pricing versus the other side of the government pricing. If we could buy software that the Board of Ed is buying at their prices, they're oftentimes getting lower pricing, newer software. It's a problem. Educational pricing is oftentimes very different. Also, one of the drivers, and I don't know what the board does specifically for it, but VMware was a major concern that the town side IT director was working through. So that was another driver on that end, but it's definitely different pricing.
So if you can just get us an answer on and have her present something, she doesn't have to attend, but if we could just see what it is.
Sure.
Including the Microsoft contract. Okay, thanks.
I just want just a quick kind of thought about that. One of the things that came up on the town side was the cybersecurity piece. Is that a separate line in here somewhere? And because I believe Dave said that was going to be increasing as well, right? In terms of the kind of programs it is that the town is implementing. I'm sure the Board of Ed must have that.
We do, yeah.
concern as well, obviously.
Yeah, very much so. And it's been a multi-year approach. Ms. Jacobson is looking for the page for us, but it started a few years ago with an audit, so they've incrementally been building. So we do have one individual who's tasked with cybersecurity as well as a few contracts in place.
You know, Courtney, you mentioned evening and get earlier, something about audit. What kind of is it? Who's performing the audit and who's paying for the audit?
It was a security audit. It was done prior to my tenure. The board asked for the audit and I don't know who paid for it. The cyber audit. We paid for it. The Board of Ed paid for it.
Where would that be in the budget?
It was about 5 years ago. Where would it have been in the budget?
Yeah, also, I can't remember what the content, but you did mention a separate audit, separate from cybersecurity, some audit that, maybe it was Mike introduced the idea of an audit. I think a general audit maybe of the Board of Ed, is that?
We were talking about, because I think Mr. Ruggiero mentioned about increases and not sustainable. And I said that we are doing an audit as we move forward at the high schools with their staffing to make sure that we're not overstaffed.
It's not a financial audit.
No, it's simply an FTE audit.
When was the time the Board of Ed was audited financially?
Well, I'm sure we're audited annually through the town. So
I'd like to find that out. We'll
yeah,
double check.
Yeah, but that's an audit of that's not an operational audit, which I think is what the question was.
Right, exactly. That's right, Lori.
Yeah, we're just, the audit that you have is an overall part of the overall audit of the financial statements.
Correct.
Right, okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Page 34 is where we have our cybersecurity person is budgeted. And she is in the line called technology specialist. There's 3 individuals there. She's one of those 3.
Ms. Laborious, can I just follow up on some other questions? Getting back to the health insurance, I heard the discussion here this evening and whatever. Is that number during the entire budget process have any chance of changing? And if so, what would that process be and when would we have that information?
No.
Okay.
The state has earlier than usual, because I know you probably remember all the years prior.
Yes.
We didn't get those rates until April. So it was too late for the vote here and too late for the vote at the Board of Selectmen. They've recognized that and they released our rate to us last week. Our rate is 2%. So this budget with the reduction that the first, the Board of Selectmen put forward would suffice, right, for that 2%. That's correct.
So that reduction, I think that you said was 1,279,000 if I'm going off the top of my head.
Correct.
You've received notification with a state of Connecticut seal on it that that's what it's going to be.
Correct.
Excellent. Explain to me the security again, the 3-person increase and where that's going to be to the extent that you can without jeopardizing security. I know one was at the
Walter Fitzgerald.
Walter Fitzgerald. You explained that was a contract person that you've now moved into salary. So I totally get that. And so I presume then you reduce that expense on the contract side, correct?
Yeah, a little bit.
Is by the same, whatever that security person costs, right? Because
Whatever we were paying for that additional person.
Yes, okay. So this is a contract person. This isn't one of the police officers we pay to be at any of these locations, correct? Okay, so we use security services at how many schools?
We use security services at Fairfield Ludlow High School, Fairfield Ward High School, and Walter Fitz.
Perfect. So the other 2 are being split?
No, the other 2 are additions to the contracted services.
Yes.
And the 2 staff members at Ludlow and Ward.
Okay. When I say split, I'm sorry. One goes to each one of those high schools.
Correct.
Okay. And what's the need? Explain the need.
Well, just overall, the administration at both buildings have just voiced concerns about having extra eyes in the building. You know, you have almost 1,500 kids or in both buildings, just have, and a lot of square footage. So to have additional folks checking bathrooms, you know, seeing an increase across the country with the kids, you know, vaping, and it's not like the old days where, you know, with cigarettes, very quick, undetectable. So just a little higher level of just oversight in the building.
So this person just going to walk around the building checking on things?
Walk around, maintaining order, correct? You know.
Okay. And they're with a private company, or no, they were going to be working for us.
Yep, and we're hoping that this will be also where we can utilize them, you know, with after-school activities and athletics as well. Event.
So after the typical school day, they would then go to after-school activities?
Well, at sporting events, we've contracted in the past for help. We could utilize these folks as well, rather than have to go to a private security company.
Okay, each of the two individuals that you want to hire, they work a normal set shift?
Yes.
Okay, and then do we have to pay them overtime when they go to sporting events?
Well, that would be something we would have to discuss how that would operate. But it would be offset by what we would pay, you know, an outside company to come and do those things. And maybe wouldn't, and I can't speak to this, we'd have to have further conversations with the chief. Maybe that would also reduce the number of police officers that would be necessary at these events as well.
Okay, is there any money for overtime in the budget right now? Or is it just the individual salary?
Well, the salary and benefits would
Yes.
be in the budget.
Yeah.
Everything else would come from the athletics, as they do now when they pay out for outside security.
Okay. Does the person wear a weapon?
No,
Okay, okay. And who do they report to?
they'll report to the building principal.
Okay, okay. I think that's the last question I have. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Testani and Ms. Laborious and team for answering all our questions and staying till the late hour. I just, one point I want to make quickly, and maybe this is for Mr. Gerber and Mr. Becker. I'm not sure if it's a question or just a point to make, but just so the board is focused on it. We mentioned health insurance. We mentioned that, or, you know, the sequence of events was that the original First Selectman budget took 1.5 million out of the Board of Ed increase in anticipation of this health insurance reduction. And the reduction only ended up being 1.3 million of health insurance. So $200,000 was restored at the Board of Education table. So I want to make sure that board members are focused on that because, you know, I think it's worthwhile pointing out that the way that was pulled together was that an assumption was made to get to the 1.8 mill rate increase. An assumption was made that the tax collection rate was going to go up to offset that restoration of the Board of Ed budget. And that the new tax collection rate that's implied is now 99.07%. So that is above, I believe, anything this board has ever set during the mill rate process. And 99.7 is also higher than the collection rate in 13 out of the last 15 years from the information I got from Frank. So I just want board members to be aware of that because I'm not sure that's really a fair reflection of you know, how that budget adjustment falls out. So assuming that we make no adjustments to this budget and it's fully funded at the amount that was recommended by the Board of Selectmen, I'm not sure that equates to a 1.8 mill rate increase. I think it's a little bit higher than that. So I just, I wanted to make that point because, you know, I think it might be hard for this board to get to that collection rate when we set the mill rate. So just keep that in the back of your minds.
Well, I'm sure the administration has a good, we'll talk about it that night when it's before us. So I'm sure they have a really good reason why they would set it so high.
Well, I think, you know, originally it wasn't that. Ultimately, it's up to this board. So I just want, you know, I mean, the collection rate is in, the collection rate obviously is something that we're in charge of when we set the mill rate, or it's under our purview when we set the mill rate. So I just felt like it was worthwhile. You know, I don't like doing things that way. I think that if the 200,000 or whatever it was restored at the Board of Selectmen meeting, it should have been reflected as an increase in the proposed mill rate rather than the way it's come to us. That's my opinion, because again, 99.07 is awfully aggressive. So I just want board members to keep in mind that, you know, this recommended budget that comes to us and the fact that that equates to a 1.8% mill rate increase is assuming a collection rate that's very high and that we ultimately are going to have a discussion about because we've never budgeted one that high before. So.
Okay. Well, I'm sure we'll have a robust discussion during the revenue presentation.
Yep.
Absolutely.
All right. So with that, we have two small items on the agenda, two small department budgets. The first one being Health and Welfare Services 11030, which in the regular budget book is page 249. Who's gonna take us through this?
I'm going to ask, Frank, are you still on the line?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I don't have that budget book in front of me. Would you mind, if you recall the backup materials I sent, would you mind walking the board through this?
It's
Yeah,
a
let me,
small budget with a small increase. So, I mean, maybe I'll just ask if the board has any questions on this.
$1,000 increase.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that was added was a partial FTE that I recall was maybe coming off of a grant, but there was a very small, that's what the minor change was. And there was no change from how it was submitted from the board. From when Courtney sent it to me to what you see before you, there was no change.
Okay. Does anybody on the board have questions about this? Again, small budget, but it's on our agenda, so I just want to make sure we cover it. Okay. All right, so then moving on, the last item is private school bus transportation, Department 2531, and that's on page 97 of the main budget book. So Courtney, are you going to cover this one?
Sure, yes.
And is there I thought there used to be like a page in the budget book that had the details of this, but I don't see it, but
Frank,
you know,
would
maybe
you-
it wasn't
I thought
necessary.
I thought I had uploaded it. So it's the first, there's an attachment on the Google sheet and I
Oh,
can
is it
put
on the
it in
Google sheet? Okay.
Yeah, I can put it on the final version of the budget, but there's an attachment there. And it's the spreadsheet that Courtney had sent that worked out the budget for this.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
so for everyone's reference, this is on page 97, the budget is 1,314,669. It's a 2% increase from last year. Courtney, any comments about this one?
Oh, just briefly, it's your non-public transportation budget. So First Student runs that. We oversee that and then we charge it back to the town. The reason it's a 2% increase is just a contractual increase. You're not seeing any increase in the number of buses or runs in this assumption. It's keeping that flat for next year.
Any
Well,
questions from the board on this?
Just a quick one, Laurie or Frank, or Courtney. Line item 2170 and 2210, the Discovery Museum and Audubon Society are both.
Sorry, Jack,
increasing.
those are not on the agenda for tonight, only private school bus transportation.
At the bottom there, it's either that 2531.
Yeah, got
Yeah.
it, sorry.
Yeah, and it's a little bit lower than the contract increase of 2.5%. I think there's some savings on gasoline because when we built the budget for this year, fuel was high. Now we're projecting it to be a little bit lower.
Any other questions on this item?
Yeah. Ms. Laborious, Mr. Testani testified here tonight about the calls he's getting in regards to the bus runs. Are we running enough buses? And if not, why not? Because, it should be for both private and public schools. But since we're only here right now, that's what I'm talking about.
So I would echo what Mr. Testani said. I don't oversee the transportation department, but I do oversee the payment of the bills. So I can say, no, we're not running an ideal number of buses. There is a driver shortage. We're doing everything we can. Drivers are doing longer bus runs. We have different tiers with different hours that they're out. So we're having to shift the schedule so that we're utilizing the buses we do have and the drivers we do have for longer hours. But no, it's not ideal.
Are we running a surplus now?
In transportation?
Yeah.
Yes.
How much?
We don't know yet. So our projected amount is about 400,000, I want to say, for this year.
Okay. What's going on with getting new drivers? Are they just trying to get people licensed? Are you working with people on that or working with a company on that?
Yeah, so our first student is our transportation provider. Mr. Papa George is over the transportation group. Yes, regularly they have meetings, they put out flyers. They're taking advantage of the state program that expedited the licensing of the drivers. They offer incentives to the drivers if they don't call out sick. There's lots of different things they're doing. I believe from when I last looked at this, when I was developing the budget back in November, at least then, we pay a little more than our competitors in terms of our rate that we pay the drivers. So our retention is higher than others. We're not experiencing as drastic absences, but we are experiencing the absences.
So what's the reason for the shortage? Is it from COVID? People just quit and just
That's
never
what they
came back?
say. Yeah, just people are getting jobs. The amount that is paid for this, it's like throughout the labor force. People are seeking jobs at McDonald's if they can get paid higher. They're leaving us because they can get a better wage elsewhere, is what we're hearing.
Maybe we should give them a 4.5% increase with the teachers. Maybe
We might have to look
maybe
at that in the
that's
new
it.
contract. Yeah. We'll see. Yeah.
So in this budget right before us on this specific line, is there enough money in here to do the proper amount of get the proper amount of bus drivers and the proper amount of buses to get people back to normal?
We did not reduce the non-public school transportation line in this budget, so we're assuming that you'll still be able to run the same numbers that you're running this year. We did slightly reduce on the Board of Ed side because we had to come into our budget number and but we did not. So to answer your question, I can't say what will happen next year, but I can say that we've been able to keep the non-public school buses more whole, partially because of the schedule.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions on this budget? All right. Thank you, Courtney. Looks like you're the last one standing there.
I am.
Thanks for hanging. All right, motion to adjourn? Okay, Mr. Mottola, seconded by Ms. Ruggiero. All in favor? Okay, thank you again. Good night, everyone.
See you tomorrow night.